recently, but I play.
Would you say that you're better than the average player? Would you say that you'd be more literally game? Start.
It's gonna be easy.
Are we ready?
I am.
Okay, hit play. Go. Play from both of you, but Amar outlasted Mallory. Not failure, Zog.
I have zero enjoyment in this. Like,
Why is that? Why are you unable to enjoy anything but Dota? Can you answer that?
because I'm professional player.
Yeah, but you could be a professional player at Zog's level.
Is there a tournament in it?
You can make them off for your own money.
I mean, Amar's not even trying. I don't know what this strategy.
I don't know what's this game. I don't know. I give up.
Wait, this is the boss. This is the boss.
Oh no, the boss actually I didn't go. Like I only went to the boss and then I was.
There you go.
I couldn't hunt. Okay, what I have to do?
It's okay.
Oh,
Never end for any of us. Okay, Amar finally died. 162,000.
Holy.
It's called verbally speaking. What would you say to your opponent right now?
Playing Dota, my friend.
All right, so it was literally a notepad. So it's Spoon Man.
Oh,
You guys like? Oh, you seem very excited.
what is this?
Just play. The AI is really bad.
What? He's a G.
AI is pretty trash. You'll get this eventually.
Yes.
Amar. I know you can do better than this. There you go. Oh.
I'm.
So 5,090 score.
You want to?
And he's already won.
Just give up.
He could, or he could have pride like a real pro player would, Amar. Because all suffer.
I might just come back and play.
All right, you're just gonna quit out. You're not gonna go out in style with a bomb. All right, all right. All right, so that's 2-1 Malrine. Amar just shocked to still be in the game after saying he's never played this before. And the next one is
No.
It's like 10 years. Like I swear, I've never seen him not play. I give up on it.
you played regular Minesweeper then?
Thousand.
1,000. We'll go with the 1,000. So only 20 times better for Malorine. So congrats. You have won 3-1. That'll do it for us here. Malorine, the winner, 3-1 versus his teammate Amar for the Esports Minigame World Cup. Trash.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Retro Gaming. A lot of gamers are young these days, but us Dota players are old but boomers. So I brought you here to relive nostalgia. If you see something that you type in boomers, disgusting boomers. So let's go ahead and take a trip through the decades. 1980s, my friends, is where it all started for gamers. Now, I know there's not a lot of you guys in chat that probably are 80s gamers. And if you are, you've probably only played Turbo for the last 5 years because you got lives. But this is where it all began. Atari. Now I'm going to age myself here. This was my first system. Grandpa had it in the attic, gave it to me, played Top Gun on the Atari. Landed the Sega Master, and this is the one that started all for Sega. The 80s. Many of our childhood was gaming. For some of us, the old as heck ones, but 80s was a great time to get things started. Of you, my real games out here. Donkey Kong original, Metal Slug, baby. Oh my sisters made me play this all the time. This is Sailor Moon Battle Arena Jujutsu Kaisen. This one is hyped. Now this is the ancient times of gaming. You can see these pictures on the wall. Is that Resident Evil 2? I remember Resident Evil 2, baby. Original Doom? I remember that one, baby. Look at all these games. Warcraft 2, right there. But this, to me, brothers, is the true beginning. Counter-Strike 1.6. This is where it all started. Tactical shooting, blood and guts like I've never seen. this. But 1990s, early 90s, very, very interesting. The techno. Hold on a second. You need to get this right here. Dragon. Ballsy, Toonami, come home after school. I believe this is the Namek Saga. That's my S right there. Used to watch that all the time. Pepsi Man. This is what. Scream all day. I'm the best. Because he had a voice like me. Absolutely. Oh, the classic systems, boys. The Xbox 360. What a jam. The orange box, Modern Warfare 2. Or you're a PlayStation guy, aka you're wrong. All you have is Uncharted. That's it. God of War, maybe. Nobody played that. It was awful. PlayStation kids in the chat, shame on you. The Nintendo Wii. The drove the kids crazy. We'd stand out line, not going to the bathroom, and dying from our bladders exploding just for the chance to play the Nintendo Wii. Best of all time. But many of us were PC gamers already. And this is where everything went wrong, my friends. The PC wall of Generation 1 YouTubers. Back then, PewDiePie just starting off before the incident. All these other dudes that I forget. That guy before the competing with our friends. What is this bad boy? This is the PlayStation 3, baby. Call the of Duty, better graphics. I believe that is knack for the PS3. I don't know why they have that up there. One of the best games ever made, in fact. And then the rise of the indies. That's right. You got Inside over there. You got Rocket League. You got Minecraft. You got whatever this is. I believe that is a Nintendo Switch. Yes, this is where most of you in Twitch chat have been born. Right there at the Nintendo Switch. Welcome, my friends. You've got anime. Not concerned with anime. What I'm concerned with is the rise of Dota 2 in this time period. We're talking 2013, 2014, the first international. We're cooking. We're going to TI 5, TI 6. Oh, I remember. Oh, OG winning 2 back-to-backs. History of gaming. You've seen it all. You've lived it all. Mario 64, that ruined my my life for quite some time. Don't forget, my friends, that the past is history, the future a mystery. But today, they call it a gift because it is the present. So keep playing Dota. Don't go anywhere. 2080, during the year 3000, Dota will be here, baby. See you in the future.
Level up.
Today's the media day. It's currently 3 p.m.
Our first game is tomorrow.
Without a doubt, the best hero right now in Dota is Phantom Lancer. Secret. I think as a team we'll be surprised by Phantom Lancer. There is no way to counter this hero.
Even the best can be fooled. If you or a friend are thinking about playing Phantom Lancer, please call 1-800-PL Pickers Helpline. Better carries are available.
Lost. I thought it was pretty good. Oops.
A very good morning. You are watching Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, and today we'll probably not see Phantom Lancer, to be honest, but you will see the first 2 teams, actually the only 2 teams that will be featured in the grand finals tomorrow. So there's a lot on the line. We have the top 4 teams in action today in our semifinals, and a lot to talk about regarding yesterday, today, but also the bigger picture in terms of the club championship. All of that will touch upon by Sergey Glamazda.
Thank you, thank you. Hello,
Welcome,
everyone.
How are you doing?
I mean, going to top 4 is already a good accomplishment for us.
Yeah?
So I feel a little bit. Yeah, guys will play in 40 minutes or so, but I believe we can play quite well.
How do you... Because when your team's playing, I would imagine that's quite nerve-wracking. How do you watch that? Do you to the screen?
It could be quite a surprise to come here and understand that we are going back to airport. But everything went well, you know.
Well, I have a very important question. Was it Air Serbia, Turkish Airlines?
It was Turkish Airlines.
Turkish Airlines. You could get Wi-Fi in Turkish Airlines?
I was able, but it cost 15 USD.
Newly formed just a couple months ago, and they're at the top of their game, and they have been at the top of their game the whole year. How did that come together?
Well, I believe there's kind of recipe for success. When we were set up in the roster, I worked previously with no one in DM because I was CEO for Virtus.pro for 3 years. I knew that no one became more mature as a player, as a person, so he can lead the team. And then we were happy to bring 9 class with Dukalis. We had Remco.
How did you find 9 class? For such a long time. Like, I played pubs against the guy, and I knew he was this, like, he was picking crazy stuff, but for so long he was just this like pub hero specialist guy. Like, whose call was it to try to take this guy and like make him competitive?
It was Novan and Astini. They said, I mean, this guy is a genius. And I mean, he creates meta.
Yes, he does.
And I mean, he's one of a kind. And he's a chill guy, not in online. In online, he's not really good guy. But live, he's the best guy ever.
You gotta have that balance.
Yeah.
Every Dota pro has had that period. I feel like we've all had beef with everyone at some point in a pub. You play 20,000 games, it's going to happen.
It's a stressful game. So if you're sitting there and saying that you're a perfect human inside and outside a game, it's very difficult to hit that perfect zen in both. So
true,
I get it.
True.
Yeah, I mean, the team is doing fantastic. We can take a look at our club championship because at the moment, P-Vision might not have a lot of titles that they are competing in, but there's a lot of clubs that do have a lot of titles, and they're getting points almost every single day. I want to once again say Gen G Esports, they have not taken a championship just yet, but they still have a good shot in League of Legends. They're going to play, I believe, again today. The other ones that are in the first place did take a championship so far, as we only had 4 finals. This weekend will feature another 4 finals. And of course, it is important to note that Team Liquid that you see all the way on number 13, shared place, they came second in the club championship last year, but that was also largely off the back of coming second in Dota 2, and they just got eliminated.
Yeah, 2-0. And Falcons is looking incredibly strong in Dota as well, so who knows how far they could go. Already, they got 4th last EWC?
Falcons?
Yeah.
They won.
In the Dota 2 portion?
In the Dota 2 portion.
Yeah, 4th or 3rd, yes.
4th or 3rd. So at the very least, they're getting the same result.
Yeah.
And they look really strong.
I have a question, Sergey. You said that you guys were focused on picking rosters that you're really confident. So you're not really playing so much for the club championship. But I'm surprised to hear that because so many other orgs, that's all they were focused on last year, for example. They were sponsoring tons of players in tons of different games. So I'm curious why you weren't as focused on that as a strategy as an org.
I have super honest feedback to you. So I believe you're not able to succeed picking 20 teams because you need to invest your personal time. I mean, I won't be able to speak with everyone, building emotional trust, helping them. The second thing I see kind of trend, and I don't want to follow it, when you pick up someone for 1 season and then drop them after EWC, I don't want to sit with you and say, hey, I'm shaking hands with you, go to our roster, but you and me know that if you won't succeed, you will be dropped out. Don't want to invest into this. So we are considering for next year new disciplines, but these are disciplines that will be with us for next 2-3 years. So we will expand, but in a really smart way.
That makes sense. Thanks.
So is there like a hope that you can spend the personal time investment with some rosters and then create like a culture that it can kind of be left on its own a little bit, and you need to invest a little bit less personal time, and then you can spend that time on the new rosters? Is that like the idea?
Kind of. Yeah.
You build it up first, and then once you feel...
Because for Dota roster, I would say Astini is the best coach I've ever worked and the most charismatic one. The way that he builds the team, the way that he can kind of calm them down, to make them play the way that he wants, build trust. I mean, this is what makes my life a little bit easier, rather than trying to do some job that he's not able to deliver. That's why in the roster of Dota, I'm quite confident, because we have really good people.
Yeah, and it seems like the way you're talking about the team, it will be very hard to replicate that, because you have to find those right people first, and that just takes a lot of time, right? You have to get to know a lot of people and then hope that it falls into place, and they are able to lead with that confidence, as we had a lot of confident plays yesterday. So yesterday, Arcadia top plays, we're going to see a lot of moments. I will say yesterday was quite an emotional day. There's a lot of teams that are coming in here that have expectations of being in the top 4. And yesterday, we saw some of those hopes and dreams just straight up crushed, Purge.
Yeah, this game especially, incredibly close series. We expected BB Team to go farther based on how they were looking in the group stage and how they transitioned. And they were winning this game as well. They could have closed it out and moved on, but they unfortunately got eliminated by Tundra, who just simply played better at many stages of the game. And then the second series of the day, also heartbreaking for Team Liquid, who wasn't even really that close to winning either of these two games. So they also get eliminated. Very disappointed, I'm sure, with their only top 8 finish.
Yeah, that feels like maybe, I mean, this is obviously armchair psychology. Directly into this phase, it kind of hurt them, and I feel like, for example, for P-Vision, they did get to play, right? They did get to play.
Go in elimination phase.
Yeah, and that maybe has helped them a little bit to get their form.
It helped 100%. I would. We were in deep era. I don't recall it. It's the same story. When we were entering tournament, our form wasn't that well. We were not picking up meta. There were some, I would say, issues with communications as well. And only due to the fact that we went to the group, we were able to kind of build the momentum and prepare for next stage. That's why, I mean, format plays a big role in whether the team will succeed or not. Falcons, in the same way, they had time to prepare. And right now, I mean, it was a monstrous run from them yesterday.
Yeah, it really was. We could take a look at the brackets, because there is actually only one team that got seeded directly into this playoff bracket that is still in. All other 3 teams had to go via that elimination bracket. And that leaves us with our top 4, Jenkins.
Yeah, and we're going to have a grand finals that is guaranteed to be Eastern Europe versus Western Europe.
Yeah, we've played Falcons hereby.
This is always fun. Or MENA versus Eastern Europe. Instead of we've seen a lot a lot of Eastern European dominance over the last year. So it is interesting to see the teams clutch it out. But the team that you mentioned that made it all the way through is, of course, Team Spirit. And it makes sense that they're the one team that maybe doesn't need that time to practice, because they have this like blessing that somehow when they're playing for millions of dollars, they're the most clutch team that has ever existed in Dota. Is there any consideration there from your team? You're playing against Team Spirit that like this team will clutch. Like, we need to be very careful of them right now, particularly because there's millions of dollars on the line. Like, this is a different Spirit than the Spirit we see in other tournaments.
But still, you know, legacy of Spirit continues, and they perform on every tournament, and we're always able to deliver on the most important ones. I believe we are really good in, you know, this mental games, making a comeback, not writing GG when you believe that all hope is lost.
Yeah.
But play against Team Spirit is kind of personal, because you have Satanic, who was player of Team Spirit, and when you look on stats, what makes this game great and this competition in particular.
Yeah, a series where we saw BB team getting eliminated, and we can take a look at our Crunchyroll top reactions, because this series yesterday, people were
and the game was in BB hands 100%. Everybody knew it. Few wrong decisions, breaking for sure. Some of guys play EWC 3 years in a row.
we were ready to go back to this time round. They got it, and you know, we all believed it, and then it doesn't happen. But that's just cheering for P-Vision.
I mean, sure, cheer for Pervision. I believe this will be a top tier in movie Inception, when you're put in this seat, maybe PL can work. No, it won't work.
No.
So that's done. for them. Without fans, there is no meaning of this game.
Hear a little bit from our commentary duo.
Hey, everybody. I am here with the two greatest casters of all time, Suns Fan TV, acclaimed Dota Cinema, We Say Things, Relic Arena, Counter-Strike Vision, P-Vision, my friends, P-Vision, something that many are familiar.
Just comes with old age.
Old age. Well, just need a little bit more. That was the joke. I wrote that one. Culture. Let's keep it up. Let's keep it above there. Friends here say they holding else, just friendship.
Absolute best friends.
Absolute best friends. And we can do that together here to you. Have you ever held hands with three before talking? Who's the guy on P-Vision? What's his name?
Dookie Dookie?
Dookie P-Vision, hold my hand. And Team Spirit's playing as well. Let's get into the action very shortly. Can we get a preview of the cast?
Yep.
No.
Ah! Thanks for watching.
Get the blink out in time. Window now completely isolated from his team. Reality with the blind, dead. Burst down to the ground, trying to get the double call, but a lot of members of Spirit are here.
Time to slowly walk away. Your Toronto Tokyo being carried all the way by the boards. Mira's already been caught up. DM tries to go for the horn. Kiyotaka got off the red queen for the BKB's already gone down. The Static Storm is laid out, but Satanic got his own BKB up.
Stack up these Shadow Strikes as Whitemon gets the Soul Rip off in time. Right clicking the throw. It's going to be enough for Tundra to win. 2-1 versus BB Team.
There's 4 teams left in the running to be able to grab that trophy, and we're going to find out which 2 teams will, of course, be one step ahead of everybody else by the end of the day. And we talked a lot about the teams playing, but I think it's also time to talk a little bit about how they might play.
To team fighting to late game, they had all the fundamentals done, and all they had to do was get their drafting in order, really. Or maybe we could argue that Liquid didn't have the best drafts either, but when Falcons have an idea of how they want to approach the game, they are terrifying.
It definitely feels like the old Falcons, where no matter what's happening on the map, like maybe Skeeter will die here, Amara will die here, whatever. There's always this pressure of there's 2 other cores that our core is going to pop off and carry the game, and that's how they were so dominant. So it's great to see them back in form.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait for that series for the final series of the day, though. We are gonna move to our first series of the day. Team Spirit versus P-Vision. Up next, we got a best of 3 single elimination. I feel like any kind of history and start to the group stages almost can be forgotten, in the sense that both teams are at the right level. We're going to focus our attention first on Team Spirit. I know, Effie, you've been watching them closely for a long time. Do you feel like they're in their final form? That that what I said is indeed the case, as we are seeing our Jamil Motorsports arrivals.
You know, I'll say they're in their final form when they play their early game very cleanly, which they are getting to, but they're in the form that matters even more than this. They are in the anime protagonist comeback from the darkest moments form, which is really why everyone loves them and love watching them at EWC. A couple of years ago at the Riyadh Masters that they did win, that's how they won. They won through these like 70-minute games where all hope looked lost. They found miraculous comebacks and eventually claimed first place. They looked like they were in that resilient, basically anime story form yesterday when we watched them, or the day before. So I'm scared for anyone who wants to go late game against this team.
I love how little it looks like Yatoro cares. This is when you know that he is performing the best, is when he's
just in the zone.
He's in the zone. He's
I was thinking
focused.
I was thinking the exact same thing about Collapse. I was so sure you're going to say Collapse there. So if they've got like 2+ players on the team, they're like, yeah, I'm completely chill. We're going to do good. That's spooky to play against.
For sure. And then the one player who was a question mark in a high-stakes environment like this was Rue. But guess what? In that series versus Gaming Gladiators, he clutched. Like, Rue was popping off with his late-game hexes, and we were worried that maybe he couldn't fit into that really high-pressure late-game environment, but he did it perfectly, Jenkins.
And we talked to him after, right? And he said in the interview, he's like, yeah, it was stressful for a while, but then you just have enough comebacks, you get used to it, you feel like you can win any game. So something that Spirit does creates this environment where if you're a good Dota player, they scout you out, they think you have the right attitude, you're going to be that comeback king.
Yeah, and in that environment is also offlaner Collapse, and he is the guy that we were able to talk to earlier today.
I'm here with Collapse from Team Spirit. Collapse, it's been a really fun year of Dota coming out from you guys, and you've faced this P-Vision team a lot through the years. Do you have any memorable matches or games against P-Vision that you can think of?
Yeah, kind of the last one tournament was Rolly. Yeah, we were playing in the finals, and also we were facing them in some tournaments. I just remember the one game when I was on Turbate, and it was a highlight game for us, I think.
What was about that game that makes it so memorable? What came together?
Because we come back as 3 players, maybe, yeah. Me and Yatro and Miros, Ru, we come back like against 5 versus 5 people, and it was kind of signal moment, yeah.
Awesome. So what do you think about this P-Vision team? You know, what do you think they're going to try and do against you?
I think that they will try to snowball the game, just trying the tempo from the start, from the laning stage, and just don't let us to bring the game in the late game.
Absolutely. We'll see if you can answer that. I mean, also talking about yourself specifically, you know, Collapse, you're pretty famous at popping off on a main stage. Are you feeling it at the moment? You know, are you feeling that that main event Collapse coming back?
Maybe. I'd say we were regarding this tournament, like the whole tournament from the group stage, now even, and I mean, the same form I was in the group stage, like nothing changed for me. Maybe like from the other point of view, it's seems like something changed, but for me it's not.
Just
the same me, the same like this stuff to enemies and same shit.
Alrighty, Collapse. All I need from you now is a prediction. Is it going to be a 2-0 or a 2-1? What are you expecting?
2-1, maybe.
You're good.
I don't even expect anything from this game. Just I just want to win.
You just want to win. You just want to have a good time. Alrighty, Collapse. Thank you very much, and good luck in today's game.
He just wants to go and play some Dota, I think. We're going to look at the opponents of Team Spirit in P-Vision. And I will say, Team Spirit and P-Vision, in terms of their record this year, 2025, it's insanely close. There's only one game difference. It's like 11-12 in favor of Spirit still. But it is very close. These two teams, maybe it's because they swapped a player purge. That could be a reason. Why are these teams so closely matched, do we feel?
I just think they both leveled up a lot. I don't think Team Spirit power level wise feels that different from the past. They're a team I'm always going to be afraid of. And P-Vision on the other hand just really proved to everybody in the world that they are basically the best team of the year, and they've brought that to their game so far as well. So we're at top 4. That's why they're so close. Like we've had a long road to get to this position. We've had qualifiers. We've had qualifier points. Like it takes a lot to get to top 4.
Yeah, I think it was P-Vision that was, well, I know that they are the #1 in the leaderboards for the EPT, but I think they were like almost double the amount of points of the second team in that list. Of course, it helps that they have won the most amount of last year in both ESL 1 Bangkok and in Rally as well. So this is a team on the stage, Effie, to be reckoned with.
For sure they are, and not only do they have the ability to cheese you with their picks, they also have the ability to play honest Dota and make their own comebacks. At the ESL 1 that they won earlier this year, the one in Bangkok, they had the most ridiculous comeback versus BB team, actually, when everybody thought
the Kiyotaka game.
And that was on stage in front of an audience, being able to clutch like that. We've also seen them with their Ducalis Chen play early tempo, hyper aggression style of Dota. We've also seen them just play for the late game with Satanic, so they can do it all, Sheaves.
Yeah. When's the last time you talked to your Dr. Jenkins?
My doctor is actually Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib, who I will be definitely contacting after this game because my heart rate is going to be very high. It's going to be a very intense game. Definitely getting 3 games in the series. Guys, in chat, type what you think your average resting BPM is of your heart. I went to the doctor, got my blood taken for some tests. The nurse takes the little pad off and she goes, ugh. And I thought that was cool. I don't think Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib would do that.
No, he wouldn't.
Because he would not. What's wrong with my blood? Nurse, tell me what's wrong with my blood. My tests were fine. Anyway,
I think my resting heart rate when playing Dota, I have a heart rate monitor is generally around the 90, which is pretty high, but it is high when playing Dota. And we are gonna be seeing some Dota that will raise that BPM maybe just a little bit more. Team Spirit and Paravision, our first semi-finals of the day here for Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, coming to you via the stage. So we're heading over to Tsunami and Milosh.
It's been a long journey for many of these teams here in the Amazon Esports Arena, and by the end of today, we will know our 2 grand finalists for Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, and 2 more teams fighting for that 3rd and 4th place.
And if anything, it's going to be a great time for whoever makes it to that final, because you more than double not just your prize pool earnings, but also your club championship points all the way up to 750 minimum.
You're forgetting the most important thing. They get to crush some more keys as well.
Oh yeah, that's the most fun part of it. We get to see it, all that emotion when you get to crush them, how they're backing off, closing their ears in. I'm looking forward to it.
It's been a sight to behold every single time. So which of these teams are going to be, they will be the recipient of their key shattering into pieces. So let's bring out our first team to the stage for the day. Please welcome Team Spirit! The only team to bypass the elimination gauntlet and still survive in our tournament. They have not broken a sweat. At least they shouldn't have, where most other teams would crumble.
We can't have a game without a second team on stage, so let's bring them up. Next up, it's P-Vision! The Lang Kings of this Dota 2 season are back on stage, and now for semi-finals. Now look, 2 days ago, they faced Aurora in a 3-game series. An impressive bout regardless, and so far, they have continued their dominance. Question is, can they persuade their opponents here at Team Spirit to give them their prize Chen pick once more? Maybe, perhaps?
We'll have to find out in this game because this is an ESL 1 Raleigh Grand Final rematch. So let's see if history will change or if it will repeat itself. No one, Miposhka, and all of your players, please place your keys and take your seats and show us some high quality Dota.
Thank you very much, Tsunami and Milos. Team Spirit and P-Vision, a lot of history between these two teams, and it sounds silly to say that, especially considering P-Vision has not been around for this long, but this year has been a tremendous year for them, and I feel like for the second time around they are up against what still many people consider the final raid boss of any LAN event in Team Spirit. They have done it before. The question is, can they do it again? It would be so nice for a 9 class to play on a grand finals on his birthday tomorrow. It's his birthday tomorrow.
Oh,
he has to play anyway because whoever loses here, we will see them again in the 3rd place decider.
Isn't that kind of stressful though? Because if you lose on your birthday is ruined for all of time.
I don't know if that's how that works.
Then it's the day that they lost.
Yeah.
To Falcons.
Yeah, you can't celebrate. That's kind of dangerous.
I see what you did there.
I assumed.
What about Tundra?
Well, they could face either, depending if it's 3rd place or 4th place.
Oh, that's true.
You know, they're going to play a team anyway.
You're very correct there, Sheaves.
Is that your neighbor there?
That's my neighbor. He's really focused. He's really, really focused.
They need to be focused. Okay, so we're close to getting the draft on the way. Let's talk about what we can expect, Effie.
Okay, so for me, when I look at these two teams, outside of course, the Ducalis Chen story, which is its own other story, maybe Team Spirit will not let it through, even though they do have a tendency to try to beat a team's best strategy. I hope that we can move away from that one, because if they're not playing on that Ducalis Chen tempo, they're playing for their satanic timing. They're playing for their carry, hitting a peak. It doesn't matter how the rest of the team is doing. They will play off of that. We've seen them win so many games, especially at Dream League, where they're behind in net worth, but they don't even realize just because Satanic has a good game. And you know what team does the exact same thing sometimes? That would be Team Spirit. That is why these teams have been so evenly matched throughout the year. It feels like they trade late games often, but it makes it such an epic showdown.
I think another dynamic that you have to consider in this match is we've seen a lot of these mid lane matchups that are supposed to go one way or the other, and there are 2 players currently that seem to be able to make things work no matter what, and that was GPK, which unfortunately he's out of the tournament, and No One, where he will pick Puck into Monkey King and make it look like a god tier pick. So it's a question for Spirit is, do you think Laurel Monkey King is good enough to beat Puck? I know there's other match No One on literally whatever is good for the game, and he will make it work, which really helps in their drafting.
I think so, because we saw Laurel Monkey King play against Quinn Puck, which I would argue could be an even scarier Puck when it comes to pure laning mechanics. So I think Laurel is quite underestimated by a lot of players. Some players will just pick a counter pick into his hero because they think they can play it anyway, and he proves them wrong. What Spirit do often, though, is they'll sack his pick early on. We've seen some early embers come out from him where he then has a bad lane and then has to come back. So he's not usually in a position where he gets the counter pick anyway.
I really like that factor in a lot of mid players, so I feel like it's what you need, like the way Laurel tanks his pick sometimes. That's what you need to win tournaments sometimes, because it makes your draft flexibility so much better. If you have to consistently rely on, oh, well, we need our mid to make sure the matchup's good, it adjusts your draft in a way that can hurt and create leaks in other areas, where instead you just say, okay, we know Laurel might have a bad lane in the mid. He's not going to get tilted. He's going to come back. He's going to make the right plays, and he's going to have good game impact regardless of that. That's a super winning mentality to have, and the fact that both players have it, it's really strong.
And we've seen the value that they got from that when they early picked Laurel's hero. Like, for example, they were able to get the Tidehunter on 18. They gave their strongest phase to Collapse, and he delivered.
Yeah, he was completely unkillable in that game.
Really abnormal bans here from the Team Spirit side. They're prioritizing almost entirely supports, actually. Obviously, the DM Dazzle's one option that could be core. I guess a 9 could be, but there's going to be a lot of powerful cores that made it through this draft, which is why we see the first pick Doom.
You know what? They're not messing around. They didn't want to try to beat the Chen. They just got it out of the way. It complicates their draft a little bit too much, and they will opt to do the Doom trade for the Batrider.
And look at Batrider's win-loss. It was 11-6. When we looked at Batrider like 2 days ago, it was like 9-1. So Batrider is almost entirely lost in those 2 days.
Yeah, and I will say P-Vision is also the team that has, like, they were the first team to showcase giving Batrider away and then being able to counter it. And what they did before was Oracle, Ringmaster, and then like 3 semi-carry cores that would just get in there and make space for those like backline supports. So I'm curious for Spirit if they think that like one of those 2 heroes was the answer. Maybe it's the Oracle because it also does pretty well against Bat in lane. But I'm curious to see what their ban is here.
I think Oracle's been quite deprioritized by a lot of these teams as the main save hero. It feels like you said, there's been the Ringmaster, but also the Abaddon. That's come out quite.
There's options here for sure. Because, yeah, we did see Abaddon beat Batrider as well. That's Tundra, right?
And they're also very likely to be able to get the Abaddon because they've got Doom on their side, which Doom basically counters the Abaddon, right? You ulti him, his ulti pops, his ulti runs out, and he doesn't heal during it. So
well, that
they,
sounds
they
like,
could take it.
That sounds like Spirit should ban it.
Maybe, but I mean, P-Vision also doesn't want to get rid of their flex potential for the Doom. You want to play it either carry or you want to play it off lane. So if they do take...
9 class will play it too.
Very true, especially if they get a Darkseer out of phase. You can just add it in there.
Yep. That's always a consideration with P-Vision. It's like 9 class being weird just makes it so that all of a sudden there's a random new flex that didn't exist.
This beast has been getting picked a lot the last week. It was very untouched during the group stage as far as I'm aware, but I feel like I see it in every series now.
The win rate still doesn't feel ideal. It just popped on the draft with 5 to 9. Obviously, it got nerfed quite a bit from a few patches ago because it was just too strong. But in certain situations, it looks good, especially if you see the Doom already. You know that if it's a safe lane Doom, you can throw your Beast there. You know that it could potentially go mid as well for Laurel.
Yeah, I love how this matchup has like flipped entirely now that the Dom creep is a hero unit because Doom can no longer eat it. And Doom just doesn't like playing into summons. Like Beast is more than happy to play in this game. Okay, they do go for the Ringmaster. Good save against Batrider lasso. It's very hard to jump into lasso somebody with a quick fingers on the box.
And Primal Roar.
And Primal Roar. Yeah, 2 single target abilities here. Magic resistance, extremely effective versus both the Beast and the Batrider. And then untargetability, of course, against all the Beast summons. It's quite nice. But Ringmaster himself does not deal with summons too well.
Would you like another save? Or is Ringmaster enough?
This is what they did last time. I could see the Abaddon that Mira's talking about. I think that's good if they feel like playing it.
Priority target and gets gone on instead because you have 2 BKB piercing disables. You can opt to throw your Bat at the Ringmaster and then your Beastmaster at the carry.
I like this better as well because Doom does not have that much disable himself. So being able to pair like Doom's high damage and mobility with Bramble Maze like puts those 2 together to make a really fearsome gank potential. If you pick something more defensive, like synergy in different facets of the game.
But between Doom Scorched Earth, Ringmaster, and Willow, that's a lot of magic damage, right?
It is.
A pipe would go...
Absolutely. I mean, drafts so far, even with only 5 heroes on the screen, have options. There's a lot of play options. Like, I see Team Spirit in terms of playing against these heroes. If you straight up with these 2 heroes, like, it's not going to feel so good. But lassoing somebody out and then primal roaring them, like the way that they want to take fights is like isolate one target. And I think doubling down on that is totally fine.
I wonder if they want to keep the mid Beastmaster flex open for as long as possible, because when you think about early pipe rush, Beastmaster isn't the type of hero to do that for you. He needs to get the Helm Dom first. It's usually things like Tidehunter that can buy you pipe as a first item. But you do need to see the mid lane matchup before you throw Laurel on it.
Spirit has a lot of like objective taking potential between the Shaman and the Beast. and like Beast, Shaman pushing out lanes, split pushing with Batrider, blinking, lassoing. Like this is a really nice draft because you just don't have to take honest fights. And I don't think Team Spirit's a team that like needs to do that. They are a very honest team. I know you say that a lot, Mira, but they just have a lot of play options with these heroes. I would love to see that early Roche that we've seen from Tundra. Like I really think people need to start using this tech with the Giant Ward.
The only downside is that usually Tundra has a support duo that can kind of do it together. It's like Undying plus Shaman or something like that that also helps you kill the Roche. I don't think Batrider does that, so you're going to probably need...
Yeah, there you go.
He's not going to get trance though, so...
Just showing up and tanking, I think, is honestly enough, and a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, it's a great Nature's Prophet pick. It was left in the draft for a long time. Sure, it sucks to get doomed, but you're going to be able to connect to all of the setup on the side of Spirit. If you look at their heroes, lots of single target lockdown, right? There's Lasso on a target, Roar on a target, Shackle on a target. Having a core like Furion that can instantly join that makes it so that you know they're going to die. Because you're playing against Escape Act, and you want these kills to happen in a snappy way before they can counter-initiate with Escape Act into TPs.
Yeah, Nature's is wait for a fight to start, which will happen between the Lasso and honestly all of Spirit's heroes. They've all single target. And Nature's is just like, okay, Ringmaster has revealed himself. I'm going to TP right on him.
He also buys Nullifier on a hero. Ringmaster's Escape Act does not matter. Like, it's just such a hard counter for it, and they don't have saves after that.
That is such a necessary item against Ring. Honestly.
Yeah. On the other hand, though, there is right. If somebody gets doomed, on Spirit, they do have Disable to deal with it, at least.
In any of these matchups. I mean, ever since they gave him the static slide facet, it really does feel like he can play into anything, especially because it's no one. Like, I feel like he abuses this the most. And worst case, you can go jungle. So I don't think for Spirit, it's like if they want to run the Beast mid, it's because there's some sort of tempo that they want, like some timing that they want to hit with Laurel playing Beast mid. It's not necessarily because of the laning, in my opinion.
I could see him dying pre-6 to like Boars attacking him with a Batrider showing up, like him getting super slowed. I think, yeah, pre-6 he's in a little bit of danger, but once he hits 6, he has tons of play potential, either initiating or escaping some of these kinks, as long as he doesn't get like roared into full duration Hex Shackle.
Yeah, and we also have to consider the Nature's Prophet TPs as well towards mid. You know, you mentioned a Batrider showing up. Imagine also a Sprout on the, you know, the choke point, and Storm can die a lot there. So I think there will be a lot of action around mid, no matter what they send there.
Dude, I miss mid Batrider. A couple of years ago, Laurel used to play that all of the time. I don't think he's been playing it recently, but if it were a potential for mid Batrider, it's a cool pick because it chases Storm into the jungle if he gets kicked out of lane pre-6. It kills both supports, the AoE damage versus Ringmaster and Willow, they cannot really defend against, and it's something that can run at the Doom's lane and threaten him early on. But I don't think we'll be seeing it, unfortunately. Yeah. Those are the days, though.
Ooh, the hero that people don't like.
Yeah. When this was the hero they lost with just That was the one game they lost against Aurora.
The context that they pick it is usually where they think they can bully the safe lane carry. They usually pick it against Shadow Fiend. This time against the Nature's Prophet. They're trying to hit this level 2 timing. They're trying to throw all their spells on Nature's Prophet and kill him. If they can like get him zoned out of lane, it can be a good hero. If the lane doesn't go good, I do not like it.
Let's just call this what it is. This is not Ogre, this is Crimson Pipe. That's why they picked it. It's a really good Crimson and Pipe game, and now even more so. Actually, there's no good Blade Mail buyers on P-Vision, so this is kind of an insane Lesh pick.
That's a really great point, actually. And Willow and Ringmaster, when I was talking about Batrider doing AoE damage and how that would threaten them, Leshrac does that. These are two supports that if Lesh gets an early Blink Dagger, they can't fight back. There are a lot of stuns though, and he does get doomed, and there's no backup on the side of Spirit. All of their heroes are aggressive, they're heroes that threaten, but they're not necessarily heroes that defend Leshrac's life.
I think the current build on Lesh, you do not care at all if you get doomed. This is like what people are picking in pro level pubs to counter the doom, because you are about Rush. Yes, that was hard countered by Doom because the whole point of the hero
nerfed. Yeah,
you just die afterwards, but other heroes are not getting doomed. Like Collapsing your Tor will have a free game.
So we are liking the overall last pick, Leshrac.
For sure.
Yeah.
And that sways us in favor of Spirit's draft?
I would lean that way, yeah. I think it's the Lesh is a little bit less dangerous against the Storm Spirit in the first 6 minutes. That's like the only downside I could see. But the Lesh looks, I think, really good for the game.
I agree. I also think that Team Spirit, if they get the pipe ready on Collapse, all of P-Vision's damage is magic with the exception of the pure damage just going to be coming out of Doom. But your Offlander is now also providing a lot of magic damage through Ignite. Once that pipe is up, I'm not really sure the clearest way for them to take the fight. It looks quite difficult. It seems like they're going to have to only play the map and play for pickoffs when the pipe is online, which is not ideal.
I'm also a big believer in the Spirit draft. They have like 4 of the most overpowered heroes in the game currently on players that are very good at them, and then they got a last pick Laurel Leshrac in a game where it's an insane Lesh game. Like this was a really good draft. If P-Vision wins, it's because their style is just better.
Okay, well, we have 3 believers here on the panel for Team Spirit's draft. We're heading over to a 4th believer in Team Spirit's draft. It's, of course, Coach Silent from Spirit with Nomad.
Yeah, we'll see, Shiva. I mean, Silent, you never tell me you're confident about your drafts, okay? You're always lying to me. But surely this time, I mean, we have the Utora Nature's Prophet, we've got Ruon Batrider. Surely this is a strong draft for you guys.
We didn't practice Batrider. We just first time playing it here on Riyadh, so I'm not sure how it's gonna be.
Okay, all right, never confident from you. Tell me about this Prophet hero then, because this hero's got a ridiculously good win rate. I mean, he's 15-4 right now. Were you expecting to be able to pick this hero so late into the draft?
Yeah, actually, I don't think hero is good, but it's just good win rate, and that's why we pick him, or our analyst guy will blame us. So good win rate hero, we pick it. That's it.
Good numbers, pick hero. I love that strategy. Thank you very much, Silent. Good luck as we get in to game number 1 of our semi-finals between P-Vision and Team Spirit.
Welcome, everybody. Sunsman here with Kezu. We got Team Spirit versus P-Vision, and this is going to be a hype series for sure. The Eastern Europe showdown. We've seen it so many times before, but the stakes could not be higher. This is single elimination playoffs here at EWC 25. Kezu.
What do you touch it out? We all know that Team Spirit are an incredible late game team, and I don't know why, but I love interviews with Silent. Sometimes I don't know like how to calibrate him. Like, is he trolling? Does he like really not believe? But of course, talking about the high win rate of the Nature's Prophet, I will say I side with my fellow members on the panel. I like what Spirit have quite a lot. You have a lot of tempo against the Doom, which is nice. You have a great Aegis carrier as well with the Lesh, which is a big hard counter to the Doom as well. But for P-Vision, we've seen them play a couple of these heroes before. The offlane Ogre, you're very good with the Auras, and they've played also the Doom with the Ogre combo before.
And best carry in the world
Yep.
versus Yatoro, which
The actual best carry in the world.
many people believe to be the best, not only the best carry, but maybe even the best player of all time.
It is true.
At least so this generation. So a lot on the line in terms of ego. You talked about how Spirit can potentially overwhelm the lineup of people.
Ahead. So for P-Vision, I'm really looking at them to try and do well with some of their lanes and look to play through no one, who for me has been, I would say at least in the early to mid game, by far their standout player.
Yeah, he's been an absolute beast for sure. We did talk.
They nerfed his dagger a little bit, and I think just also some stuff. Talk about it. It's gonna.
Fan of the other facet that we almost never see.
Give me the little buy one game in like a scrim that I saw like a month ago. Something. It's just
spells on an enemy. It's only a matter of time before that.
On the start of what happened there, but of course when you tower dive with the Edict, it fully ignores the tower, so once you get onto the Storm, Lars somehow squeezing in a kill there, which is a huge deal. He's level 5, no one did just now hit his own level 4, but into the offlane, you know, as Ducalis.
Whip onto 2, but Ducalis with 4 stacks of sticky napalm is going to drop inevitably. Collapse gets credit for that one. Satanic left to his own devices in a 1 versus 2. They can try to kite him though. He's going to pop his stick, still 6 stacks on top of him. The TP's coming in as Rook burning eyes of his own accord, it seems. And Collapse now getting chased off by 9 class. Another nice bramble. Collapse has to maneuver around. One more right click might do it. Nope. Needs an additional one, but he finds the distance, so Collapse just barely survives. And he has a Helm of the Iron Will on the way. That's going to be a huge pickup to be able to get some regen in lane. Oh, might be dead. Okay. Ducalis with the nicely done.
This tip I can respect. That's a good one.
Yeah, that was very well played.
To be fair, that's why you need to drop the alt chat line on Ringmaster. I know a clown when I see one. Good old whoopee cushion blood grenade into the whip combo.
Man, already a lot of action in every single lane so far. And I mean, with the 6 minute, I know it's only a minute and 20 away, but this 6 minute power run is going to be extremely important. I assume that no one is going to have to start jungling here. He's not going to hit 6 beforehand.
Yeah, and they also have to play for the 50-50, as Ducalis are taking a lot of pressure from Bad Rider. Get for a 1 TP.
That is a very easy kill for Rue. Already level 4.5 on this Bat Rider.
Yeah, he's got
incredible start.
Incredible amount of X. I mean, the problem is post for a Bad Rider, he is so strong and like the outskirt of the lane. Like usually where supports play, and it kind of determines who's stronger in the lane. And Bad Rider is usually the king of the jungle. As in the bot lane, how's this going so far? Is 9class taking a shackle to the face?
Yep.
But should be okay.
Let's quickly, as we are in between action here, let's quickly talk about the Ogre Magi picked by DM. Very controversial, very polarizing hero, it seems. What are your thoughts on it?
I honestly, I don't like it. I feel like when you get it in the lane against like a non-high, but doesn't, like you get your early level 3, you double level ignite them, you plus as a spell. They have like 2
doing quite a bit of damage, not gonna be enough for the post. No one.
Let's see, 8-minute rune. Who shall receive it?
Will be bottom as the first Doom of the game comes out from Satanic, but he is a bit overwhelmed. Will have to run away in shame. As the knife will not connect for Ducalis. Yatoro did TP for this.
I mean, that's
big ultimate down as now Collapse can try to pressure this tower.
It's Doom down, and Collapse is like, this is one of the best creeps you can get early on, at least when you're looking to pressure. Get the little skelly boys, everyone gets more damage, so you're very happy as Ducalis. The job he was doing in mid, he's now trying to do in the top lane by delaying the push.
Yeah, the fact that no one has not fed over and over again.
Yeah, and only being down 300 net worth is honestly a big deal.
I have seen that transpire so many times after just the one death in the mid lane that I was kind of expecting it.
You're there.
Class is going to run into Laurel and Mapochka. That's going to be an easy one for Laurel to pick up.
Hey, this is an absolute nightmare, and this is like one of the 2 reasons why I did like the Lesh. It's really good against like single target BKB lineups, which I would say Doom is very important, but when you go in later, one Lesh with Edict and his ult running might just push you away.
Collapse. It's off the roar, but the box comes out from Ducalis, but still, surround tactics are there. Collapse does have the Troll Summoners, double TP now.
This
for
is big.
Vision, the zip in from no one is the bigger kill. Ducalis gets off the blood grenade, and now the Brambles from 9class are enough. No one claims the kill as no problem.
Just a little back-to-back for 9 classes. Rule's gonna walk it off. What P-Vision are doing on them, and this just goes to show you how good teams understand what needs to happen. You take the first hit with Doom, but because Ducalis is behind him, you get to box him as we have a smoke.
One hexed up. The Diabolic again with the Pulse Nova. They know that the box was coming, so they'll take out the rings. And no one, but obviously with Potion spells on cooldown. He's a little bit more confident.
These poor supports on P. If you run into Lara, like you're just feeding him a little donation.
All right, he's been out here for quite a while. We'll get a nice D ward. Might cost him his life though. Bramble hits. Down he goes.
Lifts him up. But also good early D warding from Spirit. This is the second ward we see Rue take out with some tower in the safe lane. The problem is Larl is getting to his Blink Dagger, and then it's not that easy to save your front line, because Larl, he doesn't have to care about your front line. Yeah. He can just jump straight in your back line on your supports. There's a couple of underwears are being picked up by both the teams.
Yep, the classic.
It's very good. If you look at P-Vision, so there's a lot of spells, but then the way they need to finish you off is kind of no one. He has to like zip in, get you down, so being able to dodge his attacks is very good. Defending this tower, let's scan the gate. So Yatoro, we've casted Spirit a few times now. In every game you see Yatoro at least 3 or 4 times dodge like a smoke move.
Yes.
This guy, he's got the reads.
He is on another level for sure.
Which is why he is the best carry player.
You know, we meme about it. I actually really like that type of confidence coming after Satan, because I've said maybe in the last year he might be the best carry during that stretch, but you know.
He's definitely up there.
He's been super good.
I mean, he's also, I think this guy's 17 years old, which is like, kind of insane.
Like 12 or 13, I think.
Yeah, he looks it, but you know, the thing is, in my opinion, you're not the best carry if you have to say you are. But no, it's 9 class.
9 class, the classic. Diabolic Edict again. That's the third time for Laurel.
That's just one spell. I mean, yeah. Laurel is having a good game. We'll see if P-Vision can find a way later on to stop. I feel like he's going to continue to have this role. They're taking over the map. They're for now getting every active rune. And the first Roche as well. It should be theirs if things go according to plan.
Yep, as Laurel finally will be able to finish off that tier 1 mid. And we'll get an Arcane rune as he has that Blink Dagger in tow. And the double Midas from P-Vision. So this is all about ramping up and just being able to control. If you can defend and not lose too many objectives in the next 10 to 15 minutes, it's going to pay off. Especially with, I mean, you talked about the Ogre Magi. I assume is going to be going for the Aura builds. That will certainly help.
Yeah, it just seems like the most normal build. You go to Midas, you get to start scaling yourself, then you go for the T-minus, the Crimson. Shard as well, pretty good in this game, like more barriers for you and your team. And you've kind of got the scale, I would say, on P-Vision. You've got the Doom. You're going to be very strong with like all the Bloodlust being popped in and out. So for Spirit, the name of the game is to speed it up, keep high net worth going. Just honest, it's quite simple for them. We've seen it, the Massive Serpent Ward, maybe one Beastmaster, Ledge comes over, you get a free Aegis.
Yep, Rue. Haven't seen the lasso as of yet. Blink Dagger will be the big purchase, of course. 4.
The spirit.
And Satanic Radiance is next on the menu.
The good old classic build.
Tons of ramp up, but once you get there, it starts paying off pretty quickly. And yeah, will be the pipe of choice for DM.
Yeah, as the little multicast on his Midas. So DM very happy with the game stalling down. I mean, Yatoro's the one that's struggling a little bit. Of course, he's not too sad, but 5,300 net worth, like bottom of the pack. Should change soon, as he is getting his Maelstrom rather soon in the game.
Yeah, he is a bit behind.
I mean, he didn't get too lucky on his neutral items. The Polywalk Charm, not really what you want on the Nature's Prophet.
I do feel like this is the hero that it's going to be top net worth at some point in the game. It's nature's prophet.
Yeah, it's kind of generally what happens, at least when you're snowballing, which for now, I would say P-Vision are pretty happy with what's going on in the last couple minutes. Nothing really happened. You lost 9 class like once or twice. You're getting off a lot of stacks. You're ramping up with your double Midas. Active rune will also go into the hands of no one. So let me see, what are Team Spirit waiting for? They are about to finish the level 2 Dominator on Collapse, so that's definitely a big deal. But it also means that Roche in 1 minute does go into the bottom side, which means we may see Spirit like swap the map, aka flip it, as we will have a ancient black dragon for Collapse very shortly.
Yeah, that's a pretty big power spike for Team Spirit. And the question is, does that align enough with the rest of the lineup to be able to take some fight? Because you talked about how Yatoro is a little bit behind, and the Serpent Ward plays to farm from Aposhka. He's found out, though, by 9 classing. Company. No one wants a little bit of action here. But Pochka actually killed 9 class has just been tying left, right, and center.
He's not having a good time.
Embarrassing ways, unfortunately. For him.
It's like the wrath of nature. The Serpent Ward is just like cleaning him out. But no one, he will be quite happy with the kill. Also, I don't know why I said that Roche would go into the bottom side. It's going to be nighttime and he will go top side, which means Collapse doesn't have to flip the map at all. He can just stay top.
That goes to show I was not listening, of course. Or that would have corrected you.
Of course he would have corrected me. Because you know how Dota works.
15 minute Maelstrom from Yatoro. See if he can start ramping things up now. He works towards the eventual Mjolnir.
Yeah, absolutely should be able to.
This is a hero that it feels like you'll find the farm eventually. You can join the fights and still contribute.
Yeah.
If you want to take them early, which, I mean, typically Beastmaster is one of those heroes that wants to do that, as we're going to see the roar. Speaking of which,
yeah, that's freebie.
Dragon as well. To call us easily cleaned up.
Okay, so they will lose a little bit of their like overall outer skirt jungle, but I do like that P-Vision. They did get a ward like around the gate area. You can see like the ancients. Maybe later you can get like collapse on maybe a smoke. But here we should see the mid-game Roche coming out soon. It's gonna be a active rune timing soon, aka Rue. I don't know, I'm misspeaking a lot at the moment.
Wasn't listening again.
That's good.
All right, this was the Roche attempt at aggro Roche just for ages. One of the best Aegis carriers in the game.
He's a really big threat for them to be. It's really not that easy. As yeah, so that will be your Aegis. 60 minutes in the game, but all your tier 2s for P-Vision are fully intact, which means now with the Aegis, with some of the timings coming out, also the drums, 4 collapse, so just more tempo, more speed. Should start seeing Spirit, tempo it up a bit.
And Laurel has the regen rune. Be very happy about that as well. As Collapse has drums on the way.
Yep.
And this is a very good timing for him. He is extremely strong, along with Laurel. It's 9 class.
Also kind of like if he can squeeze into his BKB, and obviously Doom, like if you would just get to farm and for the have around the map, like both the ancient side. I guess they want to keep it
interesting choice.
Side
or a lot.
Should be. But consider coming out. Side lanes are so important because if you control one side lane, control the map.
Advantage of this.
Bad. His own 20 bird sided while the Doom
only 20 fight.
They're getting like the looking storm.
But the lineup isn't
more aggressive. Very good spin on collapse. That's we saw that yesterday against the Crimson Guards and also against the box save from Ringmaster.
Have we even seen the Crimson Guard? Not built yet.
It's not complete yet. So the nullifier
already counted.
Yeah, it's actually already just straight up counter. So not great news for P-Vision. No one.
One lasso does connect this time. Split Earth on top. They don't even need the roar. So much CC for Spirit. And they are in pretty good control of the game right now, as they will attempt to probably poke the high ground. I don't know. Mechanic spotted, nullify. Terrorize being faked out by 9 class, gets the first crown off.
Up
Yeah,
like 3 in a row.
Wow. Okay.
That's just good damage. Helps out. They're all happy. They all get to hit. Yatoro, he does want his BKB. It's only 200 gold away before this Roche fight.
Yeah, that is going to be a big deal. As Laurel has a BKB of his own, of course, with the S and K. Or K and S, depending on who you ask.
How about just Sanjay Yasha?
It's not Sanjay, it's Kaya Singh.
I thought you were talking about Mr. Satanic.
No, that's S and Y. Everyone knows that. It's not Y and S.
Y and S, very cool. Yeah, I think K and S, I like that more.
Okay, K and S.
Under attack.
And Collapse smoked up with a good portion of his team. Of course, like you talked about, the advantage of this, Yatoro can just continue to farm, TP in at any point. 9 class in the usual position to sacrifice his life for this potential smoke. Is walking away, though.
He's just trying to keep good range. He does, of course, have the Watcher. Watcher now being taken over, so they fully know that there is a smoke.
Oh, Satanic spotted. He is spotted. He's going to get lassoed. Pops the BKB. Still brought to the arms of Yatoro. Out of reach though, but now there's a big BKB down.
9 class. The lasso, so P-Vision are currently looking for an attack here.
Yeah, he's right out. In front, buyback now from in. Wheel. Gets boxed up for the. It's a 2 for 2 if you count the buyback from 9 class. So no Primal Roar.
Just fully, Doom was used, and so were the BKBs on P-Vision side. Not sure if either of them will be able to just finish the Roche in the meantime, as Yatoro will use this time to get the Wisdom Shrine. A lot of Gale Guards, of course, as well in this game. It's a lot about surviving through the initial jump. And Rue will take the Greedy Enchantment one more time. Little 100 GPM bonus for him, very nice.
Thanks for the update.
You're welcome. I'll update you later when he gets the BKB Aghanims and takes over the game. We all know why it will happen. They did lose the ward, but before it died, they did spot out Rue here in the top side.
9 class.
Careful, my friend.
Well, they could go for him. They will. Lasso again. And Yatoro's like, yep, sure, I'll come. This is worth it. Even though I don't get the last hit.
I mean, there's a couple of bad support matchups, and Bad Rider versus Willow is definitely one of them. Like all the ground target stuff, your Phoenix, Bad Rider, Leshrax, it's not what you really want to play against.
Yeah, Lesh destroys this hero.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is
Which means
a hard matchup for 9 class. I mean, like I said, one of the best Dark Willows in the game today. Not much he can do.
I mean, he's kind of taking the pressure away from his team. So, you know, if he dies, sure, whatever. He can just use his spells later anyway. And I like that P-Vision are looking for a couple of Lotus Orbs. They do have one on the Clown already. So it's very good against, it's good against the Roar, good against the Rasa, good against the Lasso as well.
Roche still waiting to die.
I mean, P-Vision have a very good ward behind the jungle as well that Autosford are currently walking through.
This is going to be extremely fast. The Belch comes out, so P-Vision are aware. Only have 2 members in the vicinity.
They're giving it.
The knife is coming. DM throwing out a casual ignite. And yeah, this will be Team Spirit's Aegis and Roche banner as Yatoro ready to fight. So he's the one to hold the Aegis this time around. He's about to finish his Orchid.
Yeah,
at that BKB, he is ready to go.
They're getting some big stuff. You get the Aegis, you're going to get the BKB on Rue as well. You just got a gem on Mipochka, which means map for P-Vision should shrink quite a bit here. And at the same time, you get this Orchid with the Aegis. I mean, they're pinging no one, but not the easiest kill. Like with this Aegis Orchid combo, it allows Yatoro to play very aggressive in the fight. Like he could even look to just TP into the backline. Orchid, one of the supports. I mean, of course, Ducalis, he does have a Lotus to save himself, but if he's getting stunned or anything, he will straight up die to him.
Will be an eventual Bloodthorn for Yatoro into, it looks like a Silver Edge. As the Tormentor again will go the way of Team Spirit. Oh, they only have one shard on their entire team, so this one goes to Collapse, so he gets the extra Hawk.
Yeah.
Not bad.
It's decent, especially in like a prolonged fight or whatever. You can force out some BKBs, or if the BKBs go down, it's pretty good.
I feel like the one that they would, I mean, I don't know if it was even possible actually, but Laurel probably has the best shard of the group, I would assume.
I mean, I would say Miposhka's shard is nice, because then you can just like pop your Glimmer, you can pop your Gale Guard, your Lotus during the foul play.
Yeah,
maybe
true.
you survive longer against like the Storm.
Yeah, dependent for sure, but yeah.
Yeah.
As a group up from Spirit, 3.5 minutes on the Aegis. See how much they can get out of it.
I do like that P-Vision are like controlling areas. It's all what Dota is about, especially in the mid to late game. Because if you just allow Spirit to walk down a lane, drop down the Serpent Ward and the Beast Summons on a tier 3, you're going to be in a bit of trouble. So you need to make it like not easy for them to like take over these next areas.
Yeah, and Rue is going to be the biggest thorn in P-Vision's side now.
Yeah.
Has the BKB, he's already been doing an amazing job without it.
And the other thing, if you're P-Vision and you don't protect your wards or your areas, they will all die. Because Spirit, they're up AK gold, they will slowly and surely like push forward on the map, and they have a gem. So whatever you don't protect, of course, it will be cleansed.
I mean, this Lotus from 9 class absolutely could change a fight with the lasso or the roar.
And they have two of them. Like even if a guy gets lassoed, if you pop the Lotus on him, like sure, you don't dispel it, but maybe you dissuade Collapse from following up with a follow-up roar, or you just dispel like this sticky, whatever it is later, or you kind of make it hard for Miposhka to combo. It is very, very good pickups.
Collapse. I feel like he had the Blink Dagger as a second item queued up and has continually changed his mind. Yeah, now it's the 5th or 6th item.
Yeah, at this point you probably want to get it. The enemy team is only dodging you, but I like his other itemization. Of course, the Nullifier came in very clutch. Satanic, haven't talked about him like too much in like the last 5 to 10 minutes, but top of the net worth with the Doom.
Yeah.
Yet to die in this game. Full Satanic.
Best carry.
Yeah.
Told you. Yep, he has his namesake like you said. And he has the Wolf Pack aura, so we'll be packing a punch. The Harpoon on top.
He
true
deals,
Doom carry.
Yeah, he deals a lot of damage. The Wolf aura, like you said, his innate as well. The only one that's higher level than him is Yatoro, so that's the only one it doesn't trigger against. But anyone else he hits, that's a bonus 25% damage onto them.
Now Smoke from Spirit. Haven't really done that much with this Aegis. Feeling confident now, though, it seems.
They have 1.5 minutes left.
9 class, the typical. Actually does get the Shadow Realm off. The Lotus overapplied as well, gets to terrorize, but it matters not because Laurel hit W.
Oh,
Miposhka finds a nice Hex on the other side with the Shackle of Follow. Yatoro TP's in as well. Has the right-click damage. Absolutely. No one killed off. Huge kill for Spirit.
The first death, like it was kind of like, okay, you lose 9 class, but you trade it out for Laurel's BKB, but Miposhka, good ward around the Wisdom Shrine, glimmers himself up, and just him and Yatoro, they take out no one.
Yeah, this is gonna hurt. So tier 2 down in the mid lane now. Satanic actually kind of close. Does he want to jump in here? He's spotted out by the tree ants. Now suppression on the high ground. No one does have buyback. 9 class back up in 8 seconds. Roche's banner placed. The Satanic is gonna get Hex inside of the Sprout. The Lotus overfly. The Lotus comes out. The Lotus is going to be reflected. Take close, but they do have the damage. He gets on the Satanic at the last moment. Now right-clicking to his heart's content. Laurel gets dropped as a result. And Yatoro trying to right-click with that BKB, focusing on DM. The Fire Shield doing so much. Yatoro's going to have to back away. Now Miposhka getting gone on by no one. Will be dropped as a result. So 70 seconds on the deck for Laurel. The rest of Spirit are trying to get the hell out. Miposhka, just inevitable for him as well. So 2 dead for Spirit. The buyback, of course, forced out from no one.
That was a huge hold and very, very close.
That's Satanic usage.
He lived with like 200. I mean, he hits really hard. When he hits anyone that's lower level than him, he healed to like more than half HP immediately.
I mean, if he didn't have SNY, he dies 100%.
Oh, for sure.
Status resist definitely saved him.
Even like the small stuff. Sure, the box gets dispelled and everything, but it's still like a 0.1 sec. I'm sure there's also uphill misses coming in here from Yatoro.
And the reflected Lotus, or the reflected lasso rather.
Whoa.
Man, that was as close as it gets. Even the roar expended on top, and enough from Spirit, and this was a huge hole for Peevish. Of course, like we said, did cost the buyback for no one.
Yeah, still
but well worth.
Yeah, very important. You get to hold against his Aegis and against the draft where you kind of know you will be behind against Team Spirit. Like with a lot of the tempo that they have going in this game, it's no surprise. And Satanic living through this, more levels, more network being given his way. The only player who has yet to die in this game.
No one finally going to be opting for a Lincoln Sphere, it seems.
Yeah, Lotus and Lincolns are really good in this game.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, just trying to even get rid of a Lincoln's with, I mean, what would you even use? Like Ether Shock? Like, it takes time.
It's annoying.
You pretty much like have to use a Hex, which is instant, but that's a big spell to
You're
be
probably going to have to expand the Bloodthorn on Yatoro. Maybe like Blink Lightning Storm on Larl.
Or Force Staff, potentially.
Yeah, it's hard for like a Rasa to do it without Blink, without Force, like just jumping. You're basically asking to die.
Well, that's what his innate's for, you know?
Well, I guess so.
All right, another grouping from Spirit. Want to force the issue a bit.
Get a couple of OD staffs into the game here with the tier 4 items being popped out.
Is anybody keeping the greed with tier 4?
Let's have a look.
Really interested to know.
Well, Dark, Mr. 9 class, he knows. He's holding on to it at least for now.
Yeah, because he's in the fountain half the game.
He's dead half the game, so it's very good for him.
He needs that badly. P-Vision, smoke. Satanic, 6-0-3 right now on this Doom.
This is a very common smoke. Active rune smokes usually will hit. But
Satanic actually blinks in with the Lotus applied.
Ooh, but it is an amplified damage rune.
Boy.
I think you let Satanic bottle this one, don't you?
Arguable, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Good on no one as well, but yeah, he will.
No, like DD with the innate, and Satanic is already like higher level than nearly everyone apart from Yatoro. If he gets to hit, you are dying real fast.
Yeah, you have to worry a bit about the bottom side of your base, though. I mean, that's a lot of damage to that tier 3. The Golem does eventually fall as the Boots of Bearing picked up for Collapse. This game just got so much trickier for Spirit with all these Lotuses. I mean, the fact that Lotus kind of looks like the Fire Shield.
That's
like
true.
at first glance, it's
I mean, you're going to get a lot of spells reflected in this game, and there's no way around it. I mean, a lot of the times you have to do it anyway. They did try in the last fight, of course, on Satanic.
He actually used the damage rune.
Yeah, he used it when he TP'd in. Maybe he he thought like, okay, I need like my harpoon, otherwise it's hard to fight. So, Spirit get to live through the amplified damage for now. And I like the Boots of Bearing. It's a lot about like kiting the Doom, kiting the early BKBs. So trying to run away from that and get to kite it out, very important.
Laurel jumped on by Satanic. Doom applied. Well, but the BKB allows him to not be harpooned back, so he's just going to walk away. That's a big spell down now for P-Vision.
Yeah, Doom for BKB, so there's definitely a time where they have it as Yatoro TPs in nearly straight on top of no one. Man, Yatoro, he loves this item. Like, Silver Edge just giving you more mobility and also like just more threat on the map. He uses it incredibly well.
Yeah, the fact that you can TP within it is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
The Serpent Ward is placed. And the reflected Fire Blast of DM. And this Baron, I mean, these Barons are taking a lot of damage. The lasso onto DM. He's taking a ton of damage. The Nullifier applied. He's very squishy as a result. Down goes the Ogre Magi, and he does not have buyback. This is a 5 versus 4 in favor of Spirit.
Oh,
I think this is maybe a Roche play then. Because you don't have the Roster Ward anyway.
It does look like it, as it will hop back to the Radiant side. I mean, this game will be all about like the first 2 to 3 seconds of a team fight. Because if you're Parry Vision, Spirit's itemization, you have Bloodthorn Nullifier. It's like the most deadly double item combo because you're not going to be saved. You're going to take bonus damage. He's already pre-damaging him.
Yeah, that's good. Good play.
Yeah, go Pulse Nova it up.
They don't have a techie, so that's the best they could come up with.
Yeah. You could start sticking him and everything, but Roshan will, of course, die very quickly with the Bloodthorn available.
All right, so this is Refresher Shard Roche as he belches directly in the face of Yatoro, who just brushes it off. Because he is sick.
The Polish, can you let him double ward, or do you double lasso? As they have different ideas.
At the lasso initiation, 9 class, the it's DM actually got his buyback during this death timer.
They also got the gem back from this kill on 9 class, so all of the earlier feeds didn't really matter too much, but giving back the gem, that certainly does matter. Level 26 now on Yatoro as well.
I mean, it's not the old Nature's Prophet with the big tree.
I mean, that was so disgusting.
That was in the game for about 3 patches longer than I thought it would be.
It was so long in the game that people knew that the moment Nature's Prophet was like 24, okay guys, we need Midas, Dagon, Helm of Dominator.
Yeah.
You go AFK at the racks now.
Dagon has never seen so much use in the history of Dota. It's collapsed. And it looks like they've been able to get the range barracks relatively easily. The rest of the creeps cleaned up though. Range rack's not too big of a deal at the moment. I mean, even the melee, I would say at this stage of the game, not that big of a deal.
No, it doesn't matter too much, but of course it is like a small build-up. The problem is if you're P-Vision, you have to be very scared on the map, because if there's any split second where you get lassoed back into a Hex, a Bloodful Nullifier, like you will straight up die. And in the meantime, Yatoro, he can just vacuum the whole map, because he can play with zero pressure, whereas P-Vision, they kind of need to hug each other quite a lot.
Yeah, that's a Daedalus in the backpack of Yatoro, by the way. And he's going to be going for Lincoln Sphere. I don't know what he's backpacking, like the BKB back into the backpack,
yeah,
Lincoln Sphere in or something.
I think that's what you can do. You could also like Silver Edge into the fight and swap it out before you feel like you're getting out of it, put in the Daedalus. Mr. Satanic did lose his courier, so he will not have, what is that, Swift Link, that he won't have for a bit. It matters, but not a crazy big deal. Does have his own 25 talents, so of course.
Is it time for him to get his own nullifier, take apart the Radiance? I feel like the Radiance is dropping off at this point.
Yeah, it would be good. I mean, yeah, he has problems sticking on top of people, so...
And the smoke, they panic, trying to lead the way. They find the Storm Spirit, though, on the cliff. He gets destroyed. No one is dead, but the Doom on Laurel on the cliff as well. Wheel of Wonder coming out doing nothing because of the BKB.
Reflected ball.
Yep, that's going to be a lot of damage. The box saving Doom for the time being. Still a lot of trouble. Lotus reflects the Bat Rider off, but it matters not. That's a buyback now for the Doom.
No one got buyback now.
DM getting extremely low, will die inside of the Sprout. Meanwhile, the Whip being used, but now this is the surround tactics on the Ringmaster to call his die. Satanic back into the fray after the buyback. They get the Aegis, trying to focus on the Rasta War, but the Hex now applied into the Shackles. They have a break, they do. They cancel out Maposhka. Satanic, he's in a lot of trouble inside. He gets a force after the other side, trying to run away, but that's a dieback for the Doom. Satanic is down and out. But the rest of P-Vision trying to clean up in the meantime.
Yatoro's coming back.
9 class gonna be dying again. Yatoro into the fountain. We're watching him in the fountain still.
He's coming back.
Get his TP out. Nullifier applied. On top of the Ogre Magi, and that is the right-click damage from afar. The Hex, though, gonna bide some time for Yatoro as no one. He's gonna get shackled. He's in a lot of trouble now.
It's a full shackle.
Gets a Lotus. It's gonna be the death of no one as well. No way to get back into the game as DM gonna be surrounded. Gets the roar off from the collapse side. He's gonna be surrounded eventually as Yatoro using the TP. Another death for P-Vision as GG's come out. And Team Spirit take game 1 extremely entertaining as we were expecting.
That was a crazy last fight with
oh man.
So many I wonder if P-Vision slightly miscalculated because no one just jumped in, died, but he didn't have buyback. He actually got it mid-fight. But overall, very impressed with Spirit's gameplay. I think Rue on the Bat Rider, also Lar on the Lash getting out a lot of impact when it comes to their heroes and combinations. I don't know if we'll see necessarily the Doom first pick in the next game. I feel like Spirit were very well equipped to play fast, take over the map, have the Aegis, and play from there. Because P-Vision did do a good job like holding on to the game, but they were never really in control.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, I know that the game was not going their way that early on, but the 2 supports for the side of P-Vision didn't really have that much impact. Like we saw maybe 3 Wheel of Wonders the entire game. I think one of them connected.
It's just, it's hard. Like, they're heroes that play off of your cores. If they're doing well, you will do well. But if they're not going to help you. You just have Lar on this ledge going godlike in this game. If you get on top of any of these, they just die. So everyone from Spirit just having a good game, good itemization. The early Nullifier on Collapse mattered a lot. I like how they played, what they did, and yeah. This Nature's Prophet on Yatoro, this is why you need to fear this guy. He can carry late, he can play fast, he can play whatever, and Spirit, when they play with confidence, which they are, they're a scary team.
Yeah, but as we go to the studio after game number 1, a banger.
Thank you very much, Sunspan and Kazu. Team Spirit take game 1 against P-Vision. Now, we did say that their draft did look strong, and then we went to the stage and we heard from Silent, and he was like, yeah, you know, this is the first time we're playing bad here at EWC, so I'm not sure. They crushed it, Effie.
They really did. They looked so clean today from the draft to the execution. At some point with that first Aegis, they got a hold of the game. They were able to capitalize on the bat lassos to get a few key pickoffs. And at some point, it did get a little bit difficult playing around the Doom, but ultimately they had the net worth advantage and they were able to close it out.
Yeah, I agree. On all fronts, this was really amazing from the Team Spirit boys. The last pick, Leshrac, absolutely paying dividends in this draft. Ringmaster Save was doing almost nothing. Like, it's really hard to pick a point where they even made any mistakes. You know, you could look at that mid lasso where he, Enru lassoed into the Lotus Orb, but that play was like a calculated risk, you know? Like, he did not do that by accident. He knew he was going to lasso himself. He just calculated that they would have enough damage to kill Satanic on Doom, and he turned around at like 5% HP or something like that, right? This is more he vision in that fight rather than Spirit making any mistakes. There's a lot of plays like that where Spirit would take some sort of like calculated risk doing something that they thought was that potentially could go the other way, but because they were all on the same page, because they all trusted each other, it worked out like 90% of the time. And I agree with Kezu. When Spirit plays like this is when they look the scariest.
Yeah, it was just a very, very impressive game, frankly. Like getting the last pick Leshrac that dismantled their opponents, that gave them advantages in almost all the matchups. The individual skill of Laurel was fantastic as well. There's a scoreboard that we can take a look at. 11, 2, and 3 for Laurel. Huge amounts of kills. The highest damage dealer, though, was actually Yatoro by the end of it, 39,000. But I just feel like Laurel tempoed the game so good that he basically took no one out of the game as contenders for net worth. And when we looked at the net worth at the end of the game, it was basically just Satanic and Yatoro at the top. So that was a really big difference maker.
Was it that no one wasn't able to have as good of a game as he was probably hoping? Was that the reason, Effie, that P-Vision couldn't really get their foot in the door in this game? Or what was the reason? I know Spirit played clean, but surely they had to have some game plan to deal with the draft.
It's just really difficult if you're a Storm Spirit playing into that amount of disables, a Shaman with a Primal Roar with a Lasso also, to take these early game skirmishes, especially if the Beastmaster team gets the first Aegis and is running at your towers. Storm suffers versus 5-man lineups. That's not where he excels, and in this game, he needed a BKB before he could really do anything, which really slowed down the timing. But Spirit just played that so clean, and I mentioned Beastmaster lineups, and I just want to quickly shout out Collapse's build. He went for that Nullifier, like right after his Helm Dom and Drums into Nullifier. I thought he would be buying auras, but no. He was like, Yatoro, you buy your items. I got you with the Nullifier. I'll counter the Escape Act. And it worked out so well.
Yeah, I like that from him. Like the utility items, but not aura items, because he also had Bongo Boots. He had Lotus for the Doom. So rather than going for regular auras, because they had so much net worth on the supports, they could just have glimmers. Like Rue had a BKB. They actually didn't need the pipe because of the early game advantage that they had.
Yeah, speaking of that early game advantage, a lot of that did come from Laurel, Purge.
That's right, and I would love to show you some clip examples of things that Laurel did in the game. This is right before this. Where First Blood being grabbed by P-Vision, but in the mid lane, basically what ends up happening, the camera's going to jump and just him to get this First Blood kill in his lane at least, which allows him to get some advantage. And then for the next like 5 or so minutes, Maposhka's top. Here we are, 940. Again, rotating with the Shadow Shaman, the disable that he needed to help secure some kills, and he's all almost able to kill Storm, but with melee range, he has kill potential, and now he's up with his other disabling support.
Yeah, I feel like no one had a really rough game, and he gets dismantled in that early game. Kind at least played around very nicely. You could definitely tell Team Spirit had a plan on how to. I believe you want to show us another.
It's not going to be no one. This is going to be a dive on the tower from Collapse. Look at the early did because there was no one in the lane. They couldn't lane against him. I actually was going to show the exact same clip that Purge showed. I just thought it was so important that it needed to be showed twice.
That happens sometimes.
Yeah.
That was a great clip. And you know what? Those creeps hitting that tower, that be bursting your Ringmaster, not letting him get in position to save with Escape Act, made it all the harder for them.
Yeah, I can't dissect this draft without just thinking about the Leshrac pick, and maybe that's because I was focused on it, but I just feel like if they had a different mid-hero, the game's completely different. I think if no one didn't get solo killed at that 3-minute mark, the game is probably different too, because maybe he gets a 6 at a better timing, maybe he gets more done. And the fact that they had 2 disabling supports to pair with the left, felt like that happened in a single elimination best of 3 for game 1. Such a good advantage for Team Spirit.
I actually think they had multiple options there. I think that Pango would have been a good option too. P-Vision banned it. So it does kind of feel like there's a lot that counters Ringmaster, and what Effie was saying, I completely agree with. It's like, if Ringmaster is your answer to Batrider, but then the team that you're playing against has really good answers to Ringmaster, then you need to maybe reconsider, like, this is literally everything.
All right, ban the bat, pick the Nature's Prophet, and as we said, that Magnus is very much a stylistic choice that Spirit has going for them, and P-Vision doesn't really go for that, so they can just leave that in the pool for now. P-Vision only gets 1 ban in the next phase, so they still even have a chance to pick it up later on, and we are going fast with these second phase bans as well. Dazzle on the board on the side of P-Vision.
Was that win rate correct for Nature's Prophet? 20.
The hero that can do it all.
That is correct.
I find it so funny that this hero got nerfed the last patch. They thought that they did something with those nerfs, but then they gave it the Soothing Saplings facet, or strengthened that one, made it viable as a support, and then because it was viable as a support, people started to flex it to core again, played it as core, and said, you know what, these nerfs didn't matter at all.
How does it make you feel, Jenkins, to know that the hero doesn't need treants at all to be viable?
That makes me sad, because I would like to split push with Boots of Travel Meteor Hammer and make my team as well as the opponents hate me. But this is a very strong hero, and I'm always happy to see a Nature's Prophet patch. It's a fun hero. I think people tend to enjoy it. I do think that you have some issues with the balance of a hero whenever you're skipping an ability and going for stats. Perhaps some of that is drawn from the fact that he's a universal hero with the best stat gains in the entire game. I think universal heroes in general have been for the last few patches.
Yeah. I mean, they did nerf it. You don't get as much damage per generic stat as you used to. So that's why some heroes like Wind Ranger Core has fallen off almost completely. Unless you want to lose with it in a top 8 match.
Let's not talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah, let's move on from Wind Ranger, because that was a little bit sad for everybody involved. But Team Spirit, they ban out the 2 potential Dazzle combinations for the offlane in the Tusk and the Marcy. Obviously, there are other melee supports that 9 class has played, like the Doom and the Night Stalker, but those are a lot less traditional and may not look as good. There's also the chance that even though Dazzle's usually the DM hero, they play it on position 5.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. Like you'd see a very flexible at taking heroes from his teammates where they would otherwise play. Because I know, for example, like it looks like DM enjoys playing Ogre into Nature's Prophet safe lane. Like you have such high stats and high armor that the harass from Nature's doesn't really do much. You know, and then in the game there's the question of like, they could maybe, especially with Silencer coming out. This is a great pick right here.
Yeah, it also kind of locks in Nature's Prophet as a core. Most likely that is the lane in itself. They pick up the Primal Beast, which people have often said is the counter, or one of the counters towards the Nature's Prophet as well.
I like it here. I think maybe that's just because I saw Falcon Zone with it as well. So I'm like, oh, this hero is actually still extremely viable as a mid. But against both Shadow Shaman and Dazzle, it's fantastic. You can just accidentally stun the Shaman on your way through to the main target. You can get on the backline about dying now. Yeah, and you're protected by Global Silence too.
Yeah, and it's synergetic with Silencer for that reason, right? Typically for Primal Beast to have its impact mid-game, it needs the BKB, or it's getting hexed, it's getting shackled, but if it's a target that you need to.
What if you chicken fingers though? You can probably hex through Global Silence, right?
Yes.
That would be like one counter, but unlikely.
And P-Vision's draft this time around looks a lot more well-rounded than the last one. By picking up Shaman for themselves here too, they block out a scary Storm Spirit type hero or Puck type hero coming out from Spirit because the disable is there. They also layer it with the Disruptor. Disruptor is a hero that's very annoying from Primal Beast to play against 2 pre-BKB because you can't do much through the kinetic field. You get glimpsed after you charge in. So this Disruptor, that's a Dekala's specialty hero. It's one of his flavors, but in this game it looks solid.
There was a while there where Collapse was playing a decent amount of Primal Beast offlane with Primal. There are some heroes that they are valuing because they're just good and other people are not valuing them high enough. I think Primal is one of them. Like Malorine has shown that the facet that increases the AoE of your abilities when you pulverize, it's just a good facet. Like after of course, as you guys mentioned, like the BKB will need to come out for that to happen, because otherwise there's a ton of disable from P-Vision.
Yeah, the control is ridiculous, and you think about this Doom that's coming out. Between Nature's Prophet and Primal Beast, Nature's Prophet is the very obvious Doom target. Last game, there were 3 really good Doom targets, making it so that whichever Doom, the rest would do the heavy lifting that fight. This time around, if Primal Beast is... if Nature's Prophet is getting doomed, Primal Beast isn't really going to carry the fight instead of the Nature's Prophet. Queen of Pain, though, that corrects for it, adding in another core that becomes another priority target versus Doom.
I kind of like what Spirit's doing right here with that, though, because yes, getting Doomed on Prophet is a bit spooky, but they have so much jump right now between Quap, Primal, and Nature's Prophet. If they did take a fight remotely good with the Global Silence, like, it just feels like they're going to take the fight on their terms every time. And on the other side, P-Vision does have squishy heroes. If Dazzle doesn't ulti, he might be a little bit in danger, and the 2 support duos are also kind of vulnerable to getting jumped. So it feels like Team Spirit's going to be able to choose fights a lot easier right now.
I think a Queen of Pain off lane would do very well against Doom in lane too. Like Collapse has played it, and it's just any melee guy, no matter how tanky they are, no matter what they have to take off the dagger, you level up the dagger enough to a point where, like, you can't use cooldowns to dispel it, you know? I mean, I guess Doom maybe is one exception because he can get the dispel creep. So maybe that is one reason to dodge the lane. They did ban out Ember, so perhaps this is what they don't want to play against with Quap mid, but Ember also does pretty fine against a Primal Beast if you go for a Chains build, which everyone is doing.
Yeah.
The Rue heroes get banned out here. It would be nice to have a position 4 that can jump in, start the fight with Queen of Pain, or some kind of Blink support that can do it, but the issue is Tusk and Marcy, the perfect heroes at doing this, have already been taken out, but it's not as reliable.
Yeah, I mean, the only hero that he has played that hasn't been banned so far this tournament is Bounty Hunter, I think. Everything else is either taken or banned.
Shiver, I would like to make a prediction here.
Yeah, go for it.
I
on
believe
the record.
I believe on the record this is going to be a Rue support Nature's Prophet, and we're going to see a CK coming out for our boy Yatoro.
Oh,
it's an amazing CK game.
Noted down in the record. Thank you, Jenkins.
Thank you.
I would love to see that, because looking at Spirit's draft, they're lacking disable. Their only disable is coming out from the Primal Beasts and the Global Silence, which makes them extremely vulnerable to these last pick Storm Spirits, these Pucks that haven't been banned out for no one. I know that he had a tough Storm game last game, but this time around it's not going to be the same.
And on the other side, P-Vision just doesn't have good AoE. They have ways to kill those things, and he's got disable.
Thank you guys for justifying my last pick Lion. I really appreciate it.
Terrible idea.
So I mentioned the Lion earlier because, again, Tusk and Marcy out, the heroes that blink in, but when you're playing with Queen of Pain versus high CC supports, you need to be able to go on them first and kill them. Again, we've seen the Lion with an early Queen of Pain bursting these supports, and that's the crux of how Team Spirit wants to take this fight. The only downside to Lion right now is that he is dependent on that early Blink Dagger. So if he dies or gets shut down a couple of times or is later on the timing, Team Spirit are also later on their gameplay.
Let's see that final pick coming out from P-Vision. We have still got that flex open on the side of Spirit, so this is going to be a hero that would have to be doing okay against either Queen of Pain or Primal.
Do you think it's going to be Quap offlane? Still a chink?
Depends on what the last pick.
Yeah.
P-Vision. For no one.
I just feel like Doom's going to do fine against Primal.
Puck is still in the pool, but that's why also the
Lion, it
comes out.
discourages.
Yeah, Lion and Silencer, but of course we've seen the exact scenario in the previous game where it was heavy disable against Storm build.
The Death Prophet.
Okay, I mean this is very good. This is good against both heroes. I was thinking Viper, but no one doesn't want to play something that's like incredibly boring, so he goes something that's just a little boring for himself, which is Death Prophet mid. It lanes well against Queen of Pain. The tech is you don't siphon the Queen of Pain, no, because she's going to blink away, but you can get daggered and siphon a creep, and you can actually sustain against her. Or if Primal was to go mid, it's a big melee strength hero that's going to get siphoned by DP. You'll get destroyed.
Yeah, it will be the Queen of Pain going mid, picked up by Laurel. We're of course wondering, is this draft from P-Vision, and we said a lot of positive things about them during the last 10 minutes, is it enough to force out that third game?
I like it a lot better for sure. I think the Death Prophet is going to give them some very much needed against Queen of Pain. Even against the Primal Beast, it's very annoying to deal with, and it doesn't cost Death Prophet almost anything to throw it outside. They definitely needed this kind of a wall to tank damage.
And the burst damage coming out of Team Spirit right now is going to be the Finger of Death and the Sonic Wave, which are high cooldown, and sometimes the fight is just an L. You can't really take it if she doesn't die. She'll just heal up on everything.
Right, and you can't because they have a Dazzle. So like it's also the Dazzle plus Death Prophet combo where you are guaranteeing that she gets to heal up to full HP because you're going to grave her.
Unless the global silence.
Well, we believe that P-Vision can force out that third game, and I'm sure their coach Estini, who we're heading to right now, thinks the same.
I'm here with Estini from P-Vision indeed. Estini, last time you were drafting in your previous series, you were very animated. You were shouting a lot. There was a lot of energy. Why are you doing that versus Spirit?
Because we don't need, like, they're already enough confident. I feel like against Aurora, game 2 was a bit rough. So I thought I need to bring more confidence, but my player is full ready to destroy them right now. So I don't need to bring them up. I actually need to chill them a bit down. Otherwise, we dive too much and do other stuff.
Very interesting. And of course, they got the Nature's Prophet game 1. You give it to them game 2 as well. What is your solution to this hero? Because it's winning a lot of games at the moment.
I don't care about stats at all. This guy definitely plays well on the hero. But we shouldn't think heroes in a vacuum. We should have our strategy. And I feel like we got our heroes this game and we're ready to execute it.
All right, let's see the 1-1. Estini, thank you very much. Good luck in this game number 2. Let's get into it, Riyadh. We have got game number 2 in the semifinals between P-Vision and Team Spirit.
That's hype right there. Sunsfan with Kezu, game number 2 upon us shortly, because 33 has entered the studio to make sure the lights are not too bright for all the players, even though he's not playing in this series at all. Kezu.
I mean, to call this, I don't know why. So why did he take off the sunglasses if the light is bothering him, Shannon? He was looking like a real anime guy.
I have no idea. I could not tell you. You see the crowd going crazy here in Riyadh. Team Spirit up 1-0.
Yep.
And I feel like a broken record, but it's so rare that we get to say the single elimination playoffs. So, on the line here for the P-Vision side, if they lose this, they are out of the tournament.
Yep.
Correct.
Tell you why that is correct. So, compared to game 1, I like P-Vision's draft a lot more in this game. I do think you have a lot of good combos that you can play around. But it depends a lot on a couple of things. If Spirit get to run you over or fight every time they have global, I feel like the P-Vision side could struggle a bit because they rely on the DP, they rely on the Dazzle. You need to keep no one at the front, keep him topped up, but that can be quite hard to do against the Global Silence, but I like all of the other things that they have going as well. Disruptor, pretty good against the Primal Beast, and I would say this time around also, P-Vision's lanes are better. So they are more equipped for a better game here.
All right. I haven't gotten to cast a Collapse Primal Beast in quite some time, so take me through gameplay of this hero.
So you went pretty well.
He went for the ferocity facet, which I assume is the norm.
Yeah, it's pretty much the norm. We saw Melreen yesterday. I feel like he kind of 1v5 the game on his Primal Beast. He did play it from the mid, but you know the hero, you want to like play aggressive in the lane. You're going to get your phase boots, your blade mail, probably a BKB or a blink, which, yeah, they might want with the global silence. And you're very mobile. You like going mid, you know, like rotating to maybe your Queen of Pain, TPing to the safe lane. So it's important for Party Vision, for P Vision. How do they get off to a start with the Disruptor? Because the cage is quite good. DM, Poison Touch.
Yeah, that is a scary spell. Shackle now onto Maposhka. Dealing some damage to him as DM is the core that's going to be the lowest in this overall engagement, so he'll have to trickle away. But yeah, Poison Touch not something you can ignore. As mid lane, no one on the DP versus Laurel's Queen of Pain. So Death Prophet, gonna again sound like a broken record, Kenzu. This hero to me has felt quite underwhelming at times. Why is it good this game for P-Vision?
I overall feel like this hero is underrated. Like, this hero is good. You had a lot of buffs to Crypt Swarm where it deals like 100 damage level 1. Like, you need not maybe a specialist, but a lot of mid players don't really want to play this hero because it's not flashy. And mid players, we all know them, they have high ego. They want to be on the flashy guys.
That's true.
But this game, you want this front line. Like, if you don't die to like the Finger of Death Sonic Wave combo, you can really break a lot of the Spirit's heroes because they need to be able to hit. I really like this Death Prophet pick. I would say it was one of the better ones. I would have liked Kunkka, but Spirit did ban that one out, so they look for the next best one.
Collapse getting harassed a bit in this bot lane. Satanic playing the position 1 Doom again, and Yatoro playing the position 1 Nature's Prophet again. So we get a repeat of the quote-unquote best carries in the game today.
Yeah, of course they both believe in themselves. I mean, there was nothing wrong with the Satanic Doom. I feel like there was nothing wrong with either of the heroes other than maybe the pacing around them in favor of Yatoro, of course, in the last game.
Yeah, I feel like the Nature's Prophet, you give him enough time, he's just going to get overfarmed. He was 7 slotted by the end of the game. His Collapse again, taking heavy damage, but Dukalis doesn't have too much mana to follow it up with.
Last game, I think Satanic just didn't have the easiest time to like get himself in the game. Of course, he was doing really well when it comes to the network. I mean, what I have my eyes on right now, or what's coming to mind, is that no one CS in the mid lane. He's destroying Laurel right now.
Oh, wow.
14 to 4 to 6 and 0.
Yeah.
You're supposed to win this lane, but this is, he's mad from game 1 for sure.
Goodness. And he will definitely have to have a big impact on this game to be able to force it to game 3. Yeah, that is a pretty significant lead early on. As Laurel, what kind of a build is he going for in this mid lane? It's going to be, so he actually goes for the 2 in Shadow Strike.
Yeah, it kind of seems like the best build. I mean, we've seen a couple of games where you go just the max Scream of Pain with the Blink. I believe it was maybe, was it Kiyotaka who did it, or maybe GPK yesterday. But in most lanes, you want to go for the dagger.
And of course, no one can just heal up with the Spirit Siphon.
Yeah, as he will here. As Jenkins talked about, you don't really want to use it on the co-op, of course, Laurel. He'll just blink away, but this just makes it very easy for no one to sustain through the lane. And him hitting 6 earlier is going to allow them to play through, get that early pressure. And like DP is also good against Silencer because you just kind of like, if you get to pop your Exo and just run in, Global won't really do that much. So Spirit, they want to look more for like their own attack, start the fight on him, and don't allow P-Vision to have their own start to the fight.
Yeah, that's true. And look at the top lane, DM playing the off lane Dazzle. This hero, when it was initially changed for the bazillionth time,
with the Nuffle projector,
was the mid lane. It was a mid lane god and a carry. Actually, played
you could play him anywhere. Yeah,
he
was so
completely
strong.
overpowered, but now nerfed to a good degree. Is this so? Off lane is pretty. Is that the only role that you can play this hero?
You can play it 3 and 5. Those are like the 2 ways you flex it because you also have 2 different facets, like one aggressive one, one defensive one. But I like it most in the off lane. It relies a lot on just what you can play around in your own draft, which he has a couple of heroes that, of course, will go in for him. The Doom, the DP from No One we talked about. So he should be doing well, but there's some core matchups and Global Silence that you do not enjoy because Global, it does silence your Nuffle projection as well. Basically, anything else doesn't target it, but Global does work.
Yeah, that is a counter. Impale from Rue. In mid lane, we talked about it being a huge disadvantage for Laurel. Well, he's kind of caught up. 21-0 versus the 25-4, so ends up pretty much evening the matchup.
Yeah, at least for now. So they're about the same XP. One thing that matters also for Spirit is that there haven't been any deaths yet, because with this fast set on DP, you can make your first EXO like really, really strong if there's just any deaths all around. Doesn't matter if it's your teammates or the enemies. As yeah, level 5 on Quap is quite a strong timing with the level 3 dagger spam.
And 6-minute power rune in the next minute. Which team do you think has the advantage in terms of the supports that could help out?
Honestly, for me, it might just be about who hits level 6 first, because we're going to see all the supports come to mid lane. The thing that Spirit have also is you could even, like, if you just walk over and, like, posture with Collapse on the Primal, the hero's very mobile. Suddenly he can be on top of you. They also have Nature's Prophet, which is a huge X factor when you play DP, because he can just TP at any time, and, you know, it could just be the difference maker with 100 damage, 150 damage, whatever it may be. So if you're P-Vision, gotta be careful fighting in that water river.
And Rue already setting up for the Spirit side.
Yeah,
this will be a very, very important rune.
He did already walk over to mid, and we saw him drop a sentry on the right side, which this is like some new meta stuff where mid laners, when we look at the ward that no one plays, it's very hard to de-ward this, because usually the supports, they will come mid, they cleanse the left side, they cleanse the right side with 2 sentries. So this one, hard to be taken away. A Spirit. Got a 3-on-3 action here. Both mids are level 6.
Yeah, 9 class trying to get in position to go on top of Laurel. Could get glimpsed back. He will get shackled. He's all alone and he's dead. First blood to no one. A really good setup for P-Vision, and they're going to get the regen rune on the bottom side.
That was really nice execution. You just walk in, you shackle him up, he gets glimpsed back, and yeah, he's just dead from full to 0. So it means first EXO, first siege creep. This is a absolutely big play from them. And he gets a regen rune. Yeah, so this is
very nice.
Very good start for them.
A better start now. As the TP in eventually from Laurel, so they should be able to defend this tower, but that is heavy damage. Probably don't even need the next EXO to be able to claim it.
It doesn't mean the touch on the mid lane. I wonder if Spirit want to take this out. Well, you might leave it until like the next EXO comes closer and then you take it away. But this also matters. When you kill the enemy mid laner, they have to TP back, and it's the Wisdom Shrine timing now, so no one just walks over to bottom because they cannot have Laurel yet. He has to walk over.
Yeah, good call us. Very good position to get a glimpse off if they want. The trample upon the Rasta for now. Nice kinetic field blocking out Miposhka. Satanic inside of that Wisdom Shrine trying to fight it out versus Yatoro and Miposhka. Rue's going to make his way over as well. Has the impale very shortly.
Lotus.
Satanic super low now. He's going to get impaled the last moment. Yatoro and company take him out. It's going to be at the cost of his life as Laurel with the Sonic Wave. A big fight for the Wisdom Shrine, as known with the Spirit Siphon upon Laurel, but Laurel is super healthy for the time being. He's just going to try to right-click his way out of this. As Rue in a 1v1 support battle for his life. Gripstorm not going to hit him. Laurel claims the kill. There's a double kill for Ducalis thanks to the glimpse, and Laurel looking to finish the job on the last support. And the trample, they're not even needed. The onslaught for Collapse finishes the job. I don't even know who got the Wisdom Shrine.
I think it was it? I actually don't even know. I think they tried it 1-for-1. I believe Laurel ended up getting it down there. As
Yatoro in some trouble. And Jackson's going to be a bit of a trouble inside of that Sprout.
Hex?
Attempting to TP, but gets hexed. And it has to right-click his way out of it. It's not going to happen as DM. Okay, Shadow Wave keeps him healthy. These teams really like to wait till the last moment.
Yeah. No, but this is also why, like, some of the plays, you can't always judge them for what happens, like, in the moment. Because it's like, okay, it's a trade, but then now you TP top on your Toro, they immediately punish you because there's no TPs available. People have to, like, walk here, do this. In the meantime, Collapse getting pressured.
And Pulverize first of the game, but Collapse is the one taking heavy damage. Thunderstrike does end. He actually walks back and, yeah, ticks out to the Scorched Earth. Meanwhile, bottom, DM will tumble to Yatoro.
I mean, there's just endless pressure. Like, once the snowball starts where people don't have their TP available, you can make so many plays on the map. So we've got a lot of aggression, but yeah, definitely favoring the P-Vision side. Anything chaotic against a Silencer draft is great. This hero wants to play slow, methodical, wait for your global, take some nice fights with that. So no one being top net worth, absolutely huge, because he's the hero that they will play through. He's the guy that they want to be in the front with the tankiness, lead all the plays, be the body for the glimpse to give him the vision, be the body for the dazzle.
You like saying body, that's for sure.
I do.
P-Vision. Now they're in pretty good position right now. Top 3 networks in the game on their side. And Satanic looking for the first doom of the game. He's going to get Pulverize first into the Impale with the trample to follow. That's a big kill for Collapse and company. So you can see the trample enormous now, thanks to that fast. It gets glimpsed back into the kinetic field. No one with the Exo. That's a lot of juicy, big, fat spirits surrounding them. Look at that.
Look at those, all the dead heroes.
The Primal Beast is enormous, even in Exo form, it seems. Scales properly.
This is a very, very strong exorcism. It should allow them to take this tower as well. Also, another good punch here for the P-Vision side. Not sure you really defend this. Spirit, at least, they want to be around. They want to delay it. You never want to give up anything for free. You need to make your enemies fight for it. Might even be enough with just putting your bodies here and all around to also help.
You really like saying bodies?
I said it again? I didn't even realize.
You know who has the best body in this game is Nature's Prophet. That's why he's the best in ability draft.
Yeah, very important.
Just an FYI for all the 10 ability draft players out there.
Appreciate that comment.
Kalis, level 6 now, has the Static Storm at the ready. Leposhka, though, you can see on the other side, level 5, so no global yet.
I think I'm just sad that the body bag team is out of the tournament. I think that's the problem.
They went out in a body bag, for sure.
They did.
Unfortunately for them, there was no bottom bracket.
That's true.
To actually take part in.
Would have been nice for them.
So I do want to talk quickly about the Dazzle item build. It's going to be Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
Already has the urn, so talk to me about the itemization for this hero.
It's just like the Ags helps you so much with more heals, more aggressiveness. It also bounces off of your enemies. You just farm more. So it's very good. That's usually what you go for. He will need a couple of defensive items because you should be looking at potentially counterplaying the global. So maybe a Lotus Orb could be in the works later. Then Octarine is nearly always core. Same with Force Staff and everything else. So just some defensiveness so he can cast his spells. It's kind of the name of the game for our friend DM here. Got some stack farming. The game, you know, you have to take a slight chill pill for both teams because you need the supports to be 6. Bruna has the finger. You need this global silence on Team Spirit. It is so important. It's like the most important spell, which is why they're allowing Neposhka to chill in the mid lane for a little bit.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yeah, Collapse is going to be opting for the Blink Dagger first. No big surprise. And I can almost guarantee you it will be a BKB afterwards.
Yeah, they need him to have Blink, right? Especially when you have Silencer. Like, Global should be treated more like a BKB, right? Because enemies can't use spells, so you're basically immune. You just jump in, you use the Global Silence. Silencer is happy, you're happy. He also has the Cobalt Cup on Primal Beast, which is great. You don't just move faster, you deal more damage with the trample. Everyone's happy.
Toro putting his body on the line here. Serpent Ward placed, and there's another projection from the Dazzle, and that is going to be a really easy kill for the side of P-Vision. Very nicely played.
Yeah, good setup there. Nineclass just finding a nice angle through the fog there. They're controlling the Watcher up top. He abuses the tree line. Very nice. And also here, no one. First item, Yule Scepter. I like this more than the Aghanims, because all he has to do is not die from full to 0. So you can maybe, unless you get hexed, this is basically the only instant lockdown until the blink comes out from Collapse. So I like it a lot.
Yep, also good against the Pulverize if he doesn't have the BKB.
And of course, during the Global Silence, if you're not instant stun, you can lift yourself up. So like this itemization a lot. Game, Midas, Radiance. Get the Wolf Aura, keep farming it up.
Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't notice when he got the Wolf Aura last game. Is it pretty early they want to get it? Because I figured that there would be some more beneficial things to
It helps you farm the most, so it's kind of the best. He had the Harpy creep in the laning stage. I mean, that's the most OP then for sure. Because you're not the blink stunner.
Yeah.
Ice armor can be fine if you fight a lot. He wants damage.
All right, fair enough. Smoke from Team Spirit, looking to use their first global silence of the game. We can see that nobody's even remotely in this vicinity, so maybe they go through the gate though, or put some wards down. There is the 14-minute Wisdom Shrines coming up as well, so maybe they, it looks like they're going to opt for that.
And you can tell that both teams are setting up for it, because Nineclass is already down in the bottom lane doing basically the same thing. Let's see if DM can sniff this out. Does he have the Yotoro Spidey sense or not?
Skellies, okay. Impale to start things out. Finger of Death into the Sonic Wave, but the Grave just in time. And now the Static Storm to hold him in place to Callis. It's not going to be enough. DM does fall in the end. As no one and Satanic showing up. This is not what Spirit signed up for. The Yule's cancellation, so the 2 supports will drop. As on the other side, Nineclass, he was looking to get the Wisdom Shrine. Collapse
Drop
is going
the
to be
ward.
there, though. Yes, the ward was placed. That's quite a bit of damage as Yatoro coming in to help out. So 9 class eventually will fall. Can he get the deny? No. And now they're going to get some nice gold out of the Serpent Ward.
This ward is so funny.
It's basically like 2 heroes in one.
I mean, I'm glad it gives a lot of gold, because this thing is like 2v1ing them.
It really is. 264 gold. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, 9 class, I like the play. You're trying to like abuse the fact that your team is making some pressure on the opposite side of the map. I mean, P-Vision are happy with the kills that they did get, but they also had to use the Exorcism.
Yeah, it was another trade with the Wisdom Shrines. Very even game so far. 2K lead with a Doom on your team. I'd say that's even.
Yeah, I would say so.
And when it comes to Roche play, do you have a team that you feel like has the advantage?
P-Vision. Yeah.
P-Vision? Okay.
Nearly any time you have a Rasta on one side, that helps a lot, and also Exorcism. Usually, when you get level 2 Exo, it's like around the time where you want to go Roche, which means for no one, he's like 11 and a quarter. So very likely in this nighttime, P-Vision will look to force that one into a fight.
Looks like no one is also opting for the Aghanim Scepter, so both him and DM be their first main items.
It's a good tankiness for the two of them, of course, and it allows you to like farm up more on the Death Prophet, just get more tanky, because yeah, it is kind of the name of the game. Survive the initial burst of the fight and through the global silence.
So with this Dazzle Ag, I mean, initially when this hero came, I know that this is an offlaner and not a carry or a mid, but we would see some eventual right-click items come out because of the attack that it applies.
Yeah, but so the thing is also the hero lost the level 15 talent that used to give you attack speed, which is quite good.
Yeah.
Then they nerfed the ult, so now you have like an ult duration talent and I think a bonus heal talent. So you're more about the utility. So Holy Locket is currently on the board for him, which is quite good. Of course it got nerfed, but it's still great for what Dazzle does. Active Rune once more.
No one gets the Arcane. Instant global silence. And Laurel coming in, trying to finish the job onto the Rasta. Maposhka thinking better of it. And now the Doom applied to Collapse. He is done for. So it ends up being a 1-for-1 in favor of P-Vision. And the global silence being down means you could just go straight to Roche. And the Exo will be used to secure it.
Yeah, and that's an Arcane Rune Exorcism. And the Yules coming in clutch. Not just for himself against the global, but during the global, like you said, Pulverize immediately put a stop to it. So yeah, no one having a great game. 6-1-3 on the DP here as we see good old Roche taking a death, giving away the Aegis.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, oh my, they're going to find another connection onto Yatoro. That is a big kill on top of the Roche.
Yeah, 9 class, he's absolutely owning this game. He had a hard one last time around.
Just pick me any other support.
He's like, please.
Support in the game, perhaps.
He was like, sure, brother, you got that one.
Pulverize in the top lane. Static Storm immediately cancels, and this is on the Aegis target anyway. So
they can't do anything.
Absolutely not. Spirit Siphon applied to Collapse and Ducalis.
He's trying to dodge out.
Yep, gets the glimpse off the Yules to cancel the onslaught, and this is going to be an eventual take out, you would think, for Collapse. Staying alive thanks to the uproar. Yeah, he actually does find the Fog of War into Blink, so we'll somehow get away.
All right, nice little moves by him around the tree line. It was literally the only way he could survive. He tried to fake out the glimpse a couple of times, was successful. Let's see, 5k lead here for the good old P-Vision side, and they had a ward, which means they saw Rue.
Yeah,
he's dead.
Will be a nice support kill for the side of P-Vision again. Can't quite get the Tormentor. That would have been perfect timing. Still 2 minutes away.
No, gotta wait for a bit for that, but they're quite happy with a 6k lead at this point.
Yeah, for sure. No one 300 from his Ags.
Yeah, you've got Aegis on him, Shield Rune on DM, and an Essence Ring onto no one. So a lot of tankiness, and it's not easy. Like, how does Spirit fight through this now? Like, this one item on the Yule Scepter. Like, now, this entire combo they're playing through with the global jump by Collapse, it's kind of broken.
Yeah. Yeah, Collapse has not been able to find any footing in this game. No pun intended, of course, because of trample, and he has 4 feet or whatever.
Thank you for explaining.
Yeah, he's got 4 of them, in case you're wondering. He's on all 4s at all times with his huge body, as some would say.
Yeah.
Serpent Ward placed on the tier 2 mid.
That's top.
Top. Man.
We're doing really well today.
Something in the water.
I mean, it might be. You are drinking your hot water.
Yeah, it's not the best.
They're TPing again on a ward that they have here. And
in a lot of trouble. He's doomed up and brought down.
Can they find Yatoro?
Yatoro? He's out. Could have been worse for Spirit, but still, Collapse's game just feels horrific. But no one, this will be life number 1. He gets graved in the last moment from DM, staying alive. Also projection into the heck. Laurel, now in a lot of trouble, pops the blade mail, blinks away, just barely gets out. Is he gonna die? He does, to the poison touch. And somehow, no, finally, they finger him to death, but that's just the Aegis. Spirit are not gonna feel good about this exchange at all.
This is they're doing so many good things on the like P-Vision. They have a lot of great vision on the map. Like down bottom, this one ward gave them like 2 kills already. Earlier, I believe it was Yatoro. Now Collapse. They go top, and you can just see the strength of this DP pick with the Dazzle. You know, all these haters that are like, oh, heroes are unpicked for a reason. If you find the right moment, nearly any Dota hero can look incredible, and no one, he's showing that just now.
Except for Rubik, if you ask Lacoste.
And except for you with Marcy, because you think it's the worst hero in the game.
As carry, yeah, absolutely.
It's not the worst carry.
It's pretty bad.
Whatever, no one asked.
P-Vision up 8K, and Tormentor time about to come to be.
Yeah, that's going to be a quick 9K lead for them after this.
So this will either be the Foul Play Shard or the Disruptor weird one.
The Thunder Strike.
Where you can put it on the ground.
Yeah, I don't like this one as much. It can be good to like cancel Blink Daggers and whatnot, but they will get the Foul Play, so they're quite happy with this one, as this is a very common move. Wouldn't be surprised if Swir can try to read it. You take the Torm, there's nothing else for you to really get up here. You flip the map as P-Vision. Because even if the smoke fails, it like allows you to push in the next side of the map, and it's perfect timing for the Wisdom Shrine.
Yeah, we're going to have another fight here, perhaps?
We will.
They love their Wisdom Shrine fights. And it looks like it will be given up to P-Vision. And I think a lot of this is orchestrated in the fact that Spirit, they want their BKB on Collapse because he can't find anything right now. He's extremely close to it. And Yatoro actually opting to go for it. So last game he went Mjolnir into Hurricane Pike into BKB. Now he feels like he has to get the BKB a little bit earlier.
Yeah, which, I mean, of course it helps him like stand his ground and team fight, but I'm worried that they have a lack of damage. Like, because BKB, it's not a damage item. Sure, if you have enough damage to follow it up, it can be seen as such, but you're getting a high ground poke here with the Exo for now. Do you want to stay? I think you should. They're not respecting you enough yet, so...
Seems like a pretty strong Exo based on the thickness of the spirits.
Yeah.
They've been on a trip to America, as Laurel will put the push to an end, so get half damage on that tower.
Yeah. Definitely do get quite thick in America. Makes sense.
Yeah, with their bodies.
Funny because it's true. Deny? No.
No.
Not quite, but still good move. They pressured the tier 3 down bottom, which means they forced all the TPs back from Spirit. BKB.
BKB, there we see the Pulverize now not being canceled, and they're not able to get the Grave in time for DM. So a kill goes the way of Team Spirit, and this time it doesn't cost them anything other than the BKB charge, effectively.
It is a constant back and forth. You force Spirit back to base, sure, but then they see no one TP out, which means they can try to strike in the mid lane, which they definitely succeeded in, getting DM out of the game.
No one, about 1,300 from finishing the BKB for himself, and he's just, it feels like, about an item ahead of everybody on the other side for the Spirit.
Yeah, same with Satanic, who's just 15,000 net worth, level 16 in this game, which means he's higher level than anyone.
Yep, no big deal.
As Yatoro in trouble.
Yatoro. Satanic gonna get blocked by the Sprout, and just in time for the cancellation. Satanic have another Infernal Blade for the road. Yatoro, that is death number 5. 1 in 5 for the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, good kill by them. He did get to finish his BKB, so of course somewhat good news for Spirit here in the meantime. I mean, Collapse is trying to set up something up here in the side lane.
He's gonna show himself, get silenced, blinks out immediately though. As Nineclass Glimmer Cape tried to put himself in good position, but the sentry is placed. Pulverize on top. Laurel with the Sonic Wave. It doesn't get a kill thanks to the Innate. Finally, Laurel finishes the job, and now he's silenced, comes back into the Static Storm, able to walk out for the time being. Impale gives him some space as well, and Laurel blinks away. The Thunder Strike is not going to be enough. Close call for him. But still, all they get is that support.
Yeah, 1-for-1 exchange. I mean, biggest win here for Spirit is the fact that Exo was used, and you got to see a couple heroes on the map, which does give you some space and some breathing room. And how are we doing with some of the other heroes? We have an Aether Lens on Rue, so helping him a bit with the spell casting, of course. Mipochka with the Solar Curse, trying to keep people alive. Some Essence Rings, as always. Lots of mana regen on everyone. Makes sense.
No greed yet.
And I'm gonna double check that for you. Not on Rue. I guess people didn't get lucky this time around, Shannon. No greed. We'll check in again on the tier 3 items, which are about to come out very soon.
Keep us surprised.
Surprised or updated?
Apprised.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, keep it up.
Keep it up. Sounds like a mixture of surprised and
Appraisal?
up to date.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it means.
Yeah, keep it up.
And Collapse. Now that he has that BKB, I was going to ask, what do you think he goes for? It looks like he's going to set the tone pretty early with Lincoln Sphere.
Lincoln's, yeah. Okay.
So that's for the Doom. That's the one thing that can cancel his pulverized BKB, right?
Yeah, I mean, it matters. I guess Lincoln's is fine. Otherwise, Shiva is also quite good in this game. Like, healing reduction against DP and Dazzle would be huge. Like, you need either healing reduction or straight up damage. But the straight damage is what both Yatoro and Lars should be looking at, where Spirit are trying to set up something. Have good vision here behind the tower, but Satanic, the best proclaimed carry player of the world, will read it for now. Self-proclaimed, of course.
Yep, of course. Keep us apprised.
Yeah, stop talking.
Waiting under the tower, hoping that somebody comes within striking distance. Not to be, so they'll just claim the tier 1 eventually.
Well, Primal Beast with his innate and the Solar Crest, not the worst at taking down towers, so we'll do that. As we have PV just waiting for the secondary Roshan, which will come into their hands quite shortly. But they did leave the pit, so maybe Roche will get to live a little longer.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We got a lot of side lane pressure going on. Spirit continuously having one hero up here. Earlier was Collapse, now it's Laurel. So just try and control this a little bit. Give the most useless lane being mid to Yatoro.
Yeah, he's just about to finish the BKB for Laurel.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Hiding in the trees. This is not Wisdom Shrine timing.
No, he just wants to farm some camps.
Yep, smoke from P-Vision now looking for a fight, knowing that if they get a pick off, oh, okay, they just go straight into Roche. That's also the option.
Yep.
And the Belch, yeah, Spirit nowhere near, so this they will be giving up.
They will absolutely not fight this one. They are in full lack of heroes, and other than that, you need like another round of items. I think Yatoro, until he gets like a Crystallis, I don't really feel like he deals enough damage. Same with Laurel.
I think Crystallis is on Tundra. But,
yeah, it's a good one as well. Keep us uprised.
And Laurel going to try to get out of dodge. Will do so. And that BKB finally finished. Satanic with the Aegis this time around. Spirit
wow,
is
that's
exiting the
5 Gale Guards in a row.
Okay.
With 2 greedy enchantments.
Oh, there we go. Of course.
Important to note. It matters. Okay.
On one team.
Who got them? Did Meposhka get one? Yeah, Meposhka got the GPM bonus. I mean, he's queuing up a refresher, and trust me, this is good stuff. Obviously, he needs to get there, which means PV gonna look to step up the tempo of the game. They have a siege creep and they have a banner if they want to like do something.
They will. All right, Exo coming for no one, already pressuring the high ground early on in this Aegis timer. Collapse in the cover of smoke. Throws a rock thanks to the shard. And Yatoro, he gets glimpsed. Okay, away
Joke's
he
on
goes.
you, he will TP.
That gives him a little bit of extra time as the Roche banner eventually is taken out though. Fortification popped as well. BKB initiation by Collapse as Yatoro pops the BKB as well. The finger of death, it's enough to take out no one right off the bat. And the nostril projection is going to be able to grave himself for the time being as the Doom up was applied to Yatoro. Will walk back to base. As Collapse and Laurel just focusing on DM, does not have another grave for the road. So
He
double
died
kill
out.
for Collapse and drops in the base thanks to the Doom. And all the while this Serpent Ward apparently was available, places it down as Satanic taking heavy damage, getting mana drained. They just want everything on this hero. Life number 1 expended. Ducalis, the cover of the Serpent Ward. Satanic wants to continue to fight.
He got him with the rock?
Collapse? Are you serious? My goodness. And he's going to try to go on top of the Doom here. Lotus applied for the time being. Pulverize is available. Satanic goes in for another kill. Laurel's going to take heavy damage. There's the Pulverize. Off cooldown. The glimpse out though. As Laurel takes the tumble to Satanic. Trying to fight his way out of this in a 1 versus 2. As Collapse with the trample. It's enough. Triple kill for the Primal Beast. And Spirit hold.
This is some absolute cinema gameplay. There's so much kiting going around in this fight as well. Even like Collapse, 9,000 damage dealt throughout this fight. Like with the constant AoE buff he got in. Also, he sniped 9 times, which now allowed him to get the gem as well. I believe that PV had because they had a Lotus Orb on Disruptor. I believe that they had the idea Ducalis will maybe cleanse the global off of DM and they save no one. Because if they lose no one first in the fight, they're in for big trouble, and that's absolutely what happened.
That was a sick fight. That brings us close to even, I would say. I mean, not even a tower taken in that push, and that's the Aegis down for a very long time in terms of the Roche timer.
You gotta be careful. I will say that P-Vision, from what I've seen, they're a little bit notorious when it comes to throwing around the high ground. I've heard Astini talk about the same thing. So
and what better team to defend high ground than Team Spirit?
Yeah, and you're kind of messing up a fight where Spirit, I would say they're not that strong yet. Like they're still about to be strong. Where we see Yatoro tick out in the fountain. We'll have the baseball snipe soon from Collapse later. So here he knows 9 class is walking away. Pay attention to the rocks.
Oh my!
It's coming soon.
Collapse. Long range. And it's off screen.
Did he even mean to hit
I
him?
don't know. We're back on live though as a Sonic Wave coming out. Collapse with the trample to follow. They're able to get the roster to start things out. No one already pops the Exo with the BKB. TP attempt for Yatoro. He does it out just in time. That was such little HP. And now Exo used with very little effect in the end.
Yeah, absolutely big stuff. PV very close there to killing Yatoro. I will say they might have to take a breather. Make sure that you chill out, take a proper fight next, because obviously you are ahead. Satanic is having a great game, as is no one. But a couple of these small mistakes could lead into some bigger stuff. Exo now on cooldown, which allows Spirit to take over the map.
And Collapse with the Lincolns now. Despite having that rough start of the game, they could not get the Global Silence Pulverize combo at all going, thanks to the early Yules from no one. And now with the mass BKBs, really finding his footing is Collapse.
Miposhka has a refresher in 700 gold. This is no joke. Yeah, greed is good. I mean, I will say, when it comes to like scaling supports or getting high net worth on supports, I trust Miposhka perhaps the most out of any post 5 player. His Disruptor, his Enchantress. In this game, it's going to be the Silencer. Because double global, like so many of these heroes rely purely on their spells. Rasta, Disruptor, and most importantly, DM on the Dazzle.
Collapse with a shield rune. I think he has the highest strength game in the game,
That's
if I'm not mistaken, so...
Yeah, this hero...
It's an absurd amount of HP.
I think Primal Beast is the best active rune hero anyway. Like, amplified damage is good, haste is good, shield rune as well. Like, this guy is nearly unkillable at this
Illusions
point.
are incredible on him, because he gets really big.
Oh,
he gets
nice.
3 bodies.
3 big
as
bodies.
You like to say.
Yeah.
That's your word of the tournament.
Glad you picked up on that one.
They're smoked up now.
Looking for something. I mean, the map is not in the best state.
No, but they do find an amplified damage rune.
Yeah, you give it... Probably give the bottle to Satanic again. Just kidding, you don't.
Yeah, he wasted it last time. No one's like, I'm not making that mistake.
That's true.
again.
He's like, bro, you don't know how it works.
You're not the best carry in the world. Good effort, though. And TP attempt for Miposhka not going to be there. So it will be an easy kill.
Matter.
Of P-Vision.
He got the refresh in the meantime. You think this guy cares about this death? Absolutely not.
40 gold extra on top.
Yeah.
Just in time. Man.
Yatoro getting the shard. So
I mean, the issue, if you blow him up, though, he doesn't have the buyback global.
That's true.
But he does have the greed to get there again.
Now, he's going to start scaling too. Like, you can get some Aghanim Scepter on the Silencer later if you want. Because Spirit, the next round of items is very, very strong. Like, I don't think they were equipped that strong when it came to fighting them, but you got the shards and the Crystallis on to Yatoro, which means more damage, and you can go into the back line, show all the heroes during the global, make it easier for Collapse and Lara to come into the fight. Tormentor coming out. Who shall get this one? There's no one. Pretty good. Get a bonus Siphon. You got the Fear.
That's nice. Of course, not going to do too much during the BKB timings. After the fact, could be quite valuable. And like you said, Daedalus getting relatively close for Yatoro.
It's a big one. Same with this refresher on Collapse. Saw it yesterday. I believe we had like a third item refresher yesterday on Marine's Primal Beast. Just the double BKB, double round of spells from all of the stuff. So strong. There's a 9 class. Getting a couple Lotuses, which is of course great on the roster. Both for himself and to save other people later on.
Satanic has a lot of Reavers in his future, it seems. Messerschmitt's Reavers.
Oh yeah, good old Dota one.
Classic.
I mean, he wants the overwhelming blink and also the Satanic. Of course, isn't that close yet. I mean, he's got a good scoreline again and great net worth, but I would
Spirit
say
on the hunt.
Yeah, what is here? A shield rune that we.
Oh, no one blinks in. See if they actually want to go for this. The rock does hit him directly in the face. That's all they're gonna. That's a lot of extra HP for no one. They do have to be a bit careful. They don't have a Yules to just dispel it either.
Might just have to leave him for a bit.
And can we check if 33 is in the studio here?
I mean, he is playing later. He might be pre-checking the lights.
It's like, I'm sorry, everybody. Can we just hold on here? Can we get a quick pause? I just need to investigate.
The stage is too bright.
All right, need to tone that down a little bit.
Well, apparently,
Laurel and company, they're not too bothered by the lights here. They're used to the big stage.
Collapse is smiling.
That's not Collapse.
He was there before.
Don't you know your bodies when you see them?
I do. But he was there before. I was waiting for you to finish your point, something you don't have the manners for.
That's true. I am American after all.
Yeah.
So. Maposhka now with that refresher is going to show it.
Just kind of standing his ground. Will force no one away.
Okay, tell me, if you're P-Vision, I mean, this is, I feel like, a recurring thing that you can ask in any Silence game when you get this form.
Yeah.
How do you fight into double global? Like, other than being able to find the jump onto Maposhka immediately, are you looking to try to bait it out and then reset, but then you still have to worry about the second one?
You don't have the best heroes at like baiting and resetting because your spells are kind of like you pop them and you kind of try to win within that time, right, with the Extra and the Doom. So you either itemize for it, which they have kind of with a couple of Lotus Orbs. They have one on Dookie on the Disruptor and one on DM on the Dazzle. I mean, the best thing you can do is you smoke around and you kill him first. You can make that happen. Otherwise, you need to have a strict plan of positioning. How are we stacking the Lotus Orbs? Maybe they save both for Dazzle during the Globals. Maybe they just make sure that no one can be the body going in, which is, of course, important for them being the body.
Yep, of course.
So we have a refresher onto Collapse. Please read the clock here, Shannon. It's a longer respawn.
It's a long one.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that is 2 minutes.
I'm going to say that it can't be 2 minutes because the max spawn is 1:30. Is that correct?
It's 2 minutes. It's bugged.
I'm saying it's 1 minute.
I'm going to say it's the whole thing then. I'm going to say it's a full timer.
You're smart. Being from America, that checks out.
Yeah, we don't do analog very well. No one in the cover of smoke now. They know he's here though, as he pushes out the top lane.
Well, he did get himself some good talents as well on the DP, 400 bonus HP on the level 20, of course. So sitting at 3,500 on his little strength strats. Level 24 on Satanic. He very likely wants to get that 25 talent done. It's not far away from it.
Smoke's about to be popped here.
They see no one, but they need to break his Lincolns if they want Collapse to grab him.
The rock does hit. They blink in, use the Yules, and he gets the BKB off though. Pulverized into the Sonic Wave. No one destroyed. And just like that, P-Vision now on the retreat. Ducalis, he's going to get Grave. As the BKB pop for Collapse as well. Satanic's going to get out the Doom onto the Queen of Pain, who at least finds the support kill. It's going to be the cost of Laurel though, so a 2-for-1. And Roche still not up, by the way.
Yeah.
It is basically the full timer.
It is the full timer. But, I mean, at this point, Spirit are happy about this one. They get 2 kills. They again burst no one. And it's the entire name of the game. If you kill no one first, P-Vision's lineup, it breaks. It fully breaks apart. Doom will also be on cooldown here as Spirit take over the area.
That Serpent Ward still something to be annoyed with. It's actually still having an effect. Poison touch upon him. Actually, they use the Lincolns on Maposhka to try to save his life as the Finger of Death onto the Rasta. Looks like the silencer does fall at the exchange of 9 classes Rasta.
Maposhka basically died to just non-heroes.
Yeah, pretty
Not
much.
for projection and the Serpent Ward.
Okay, well, they're going to attempt Roche.
Well,
and P-Vision, they do not want to give this up.
No, they have no one available in 10 seconds, so they need to make some time, try to defend the area a bit.
Rock's not going to hit this time. As Satanic gets really deep, but Roche is not even a half HP yet. Attempted TP from Yatoro is successful. Now Satanic in the pit, going to focus on the Roche's body.
Yeah, but Yatoro, okay, he's trying to pressure bottom. Does Spirit not want to contest this? I feel like they could look.
Tail onto 2.
Maybe not.
They're actually going to give this up. Okay, Yatoro gets the Hex and collapse into the pit with the trample. The Grave is going to save Satanic for the time being. It's Russian extremely large snatch by Collapse. He's going to use life number 1, and now Satanic with the BKB stuck inside the Sprout, trying to run away. But he's met with the Sonic Wave from Laurel. Destroys him as Yatoro still in the pit. Getting on with the Exorcism. That's a lot of damage applied. He's going to go down. Double kill for no one. As attempted TP by the Dazzle is successful.
Glimmer.
That's Collapse, and Laurel are going to try to focus onto no one. The Rock does hit. Shackle, though, onto the Quap inside the pit. No one might find the distance to get out. And Laurel, is he actually going to die here? No. Link's out just barely with enough time. And Collapse is going to be pushed into the pit thanks to the innate from Ducalis. Another Shackle, this time onto Maposhka. That's going to cost the life of the Rasa, though. Yatoro focusing on the Rasa ward. Looks like he's going to TP to try to find some more.
There's so many players that had so many like small things individually in this fight. Collapse got off so many rounds as well. Same with 9 class. He was alive for so long. But it all started with Yatoro popping into Sprout, using his shard and seeing Satanic. Continuously getting to hit him as 9 class is stealing the gem with his courier, it looks like. But that is a buyback from Yatoro.
Yeah.
And the Age is also immediately taken out of the game.
40 seconds of no Doom, though.
No Exo also for 40 seconds. So if you're P-Vision, gonna have to stop the push somehow.
Treants will be tanking a very little amount as Yatoro is going to right-click outside of range. Not throw projection. Going to be slightly annoying. Fortification pops. So 15 seconds for Satanic to get back in the game. Roche's banner placed.
But that's also no Dazzle for a little bit to go here. Half a minute.
Actually going to back away, so Roche's banner not used to any effect, really.
Well, looks like Spirit will call it quits, at least for the time being. Also, someone passed Yatoro the Refresher Shard in the Roche fight. Wasn't put to best use, but they tried to like squeeze in a secondary BKB for him. P-Vision looking for an aggressive smoke here.
Satanic leading the way on this Doom. I mean, if they find one pickoff, especially if it's Yatoro, that'll open up the base.
Yeah. They have to pay attention, though, to these Lincoln Spheres. Team Spirit, they have 3. You can, of course, stack them on top of each other, especially against this Doom timing. Laurel on the high ground.
He spots it out. Sonic Wave and the finger to call his goodbye. What? Satanic?
Insta-kill.
The overwhelming blink into one right click apparently is enough at this stage of the game. So support for support.
Yeah, both teams striking the moment they can. Satanic will TP out going... Oh, he wants to finish his Satanic himself to try and stay alive through the next fights. But let's see. So Meposhka, he loves this item combo. The Solar Crest Flash as 9 class doesn't like this combo. He's dead.
He sure is. So 2 supports there for P-Vision.
Like buffing up your strong cores, as Meposhka has, of course, the Solar Crest of Vlads, the Refresher to back up his own global. During the smoke can place a nice base ward here.
Yeah, we should mention, of course, Satanic did hit level 25 a while back, so has the mute on Doom now, one of the most powerful 25 talents in the game.
I mean, that's why it's so important that Spirit have their own timings with the triple Lincolns.
Yeah, and we're seeing 25 talent for Yatoro be put to good use. The constant teleportation, no cooldown.
Yeah.
Any other 25s that are coming up that you think are extremely important? I mean, if Collapse, depending on what he goes for, the pulverized duration, I would assume. If he gets a full duration pulverize.
It's, no, Primal's 25 talent, incredibly important, because how do they really stop it? He would have to get doomed and theoretically stack Lincolns on him.
Yeah.
And then they have no, like, the counterplay, sure, they all have to use spells, trigger it, and then doom, but it's still hard. You don't know how many Lincolns are on him, so that, of course, matters.
I'll say no greed item for Ducalis, so we're not going to be seeing an Aghanim Scepter or anything of the like, because that could have huge impact on the game.
Yeah, he would have needed to kept his level 3 item. Didn't do so, has the crossbow. I mean, we'll see. I wouldn't mind if he does try to fully, you know, get towards the Ags. I mean, game is quite even, but it feels a bit easier for Spirit to execute these fights. They have more initiation, like the straight-up link stun from the Lion. Same with Collapse's Primal Beast.
Got another incredible game. Man, after the group stage was not pretty. I'll just say that.
The group stage was not it, but this is...
The playoffs have definitely delivered, and I know there's some controversy over the single elimination. I kind of like having this every once in a while.
Well, it definitely makes these games
pressure.
very hype and very stressful for the players, let me tell you that. Like, you know you have You have one chance, and that's it.
Which is why the lights are really important to,
of course,
to deal with beforehand. A lot on the line. A little bit of a lull in action. I mean, the Roche, the Aegis was consumed immediately.
Yeah.
So that's why the wait for the next Roche is going to be
They should know that there's a base ward. I believe Satanic was hit in the base by the Wrath of Nature, so they will clear that one.
All right, smoke from P-Vision. They want to fight.
But Spirit saw a lot of them in their own base, so let's see who wants to end up showing on the map here for P-Vision. Or expect Spirit to kind of read this move. As I like this, you give the wards to Yatoro. Being level 25, he can be anywhere at any point.
Yeah, that's very nice to have. 25 talent for Laurel is now up and running, so just extra damage on the Sonic wave.
Yeah, more burst. I mean, pure damage is definitely the more the merrier for them. It's all about bursting any hero on this map against this Dazzle.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So Satanic is complete. Probably wants to have some buyback gold. Need to also remember Doom needs more buyback than other heroes because of the facet. Don't want to mess up that one.
Yep, luckily Valve has made it quite easy to understand that now.
Yeah.
With all the tooltips.
Well, thankfully so. It was also bugged at some point.
That's okay. Game's in beta. Yeah, look at that. That's very pretty.
Yeah. And wants a butterfly later. Okay.
They collapse with the Ags. So in terms of break, nothing really?
Yeah, not really the best breaks, but just more, kind of more damage for him, which is great. Just like more AoE.
I mean, breaking Satanic's crit, I guess. That's kind of nice.
Yeah, it helps, but I would say it's like more just for his own damage for later. And you have such high AoE with this facet.
You mentioned the Shivas, but
they
does not have it.
They had one queued up earlier on Laurel, so yeah, I would be surprised if they don't get it on their next round of items, at least on one of them. But yeah, their game is stalling a bit, as both teams of course know. It's not that easy to engage. No one wants his 25 talent. Likely will go the bonus level of Exorcism, basically, where you get 8 spirits.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so some more damage output for him.
Wait, what is the other one?
It's the Spirit Siphon cooldown, the replenish. Which it's also good, but generally I would say the bonus level Exo is kind of nice.
Yeah, well, his issue is he's dying right away. On disc, I feel like, if he's having this much issue.
Yeah, could be good.
Problem is, what do you backpack?
It's hard. I mean, he can eat his Ags, right? That can help. You could also look for like a heart. I mean, he's currently looking to just get a Wind Waker to try and live through. But Wind Waker won't help him if he's getting gone on. He will obviously rely on his teammates to try and save him.
But that is a terrific save for Pulverize.
Yeah.
On your teammate.
So
Butterfly, all right.
Likely his idea might be that he doesn't want to be the guy getting gone on first. He will counterplay Spirit's Initiation with the Wind Waker. So I kind of like that line of thought, if that's what they have in mind. Well, we'll have to wait for the Roche.
All right, this is, I want to say, a minute.
Yeah, this looks pretty correct.
All right, Yatoro with the casual TP on self.
Yeah, giving himself a barrier.
Good stuff. And Maposhka with the shard. A late game. Yeah, this is good.
A late game brain drain.
Yeah, that was the last remaining one, so was no luck involved.
So let's see. Roche area, ever so important. I mean, every team that plays Dire side, they basically plays this ward when it comes to the Roche time. Satanic currently scouting.
See them go for the monocle a lot, actually.
Just the attack range is also pretty nice.
Yeah.
So having both the cats in attack range helps you quite a lot. Could also allow him to like hit through the Sprout. I mean, he kind of has to save Harpoon for that anyway. It's kind of annoying to play around that.
Yeah. Oh, Acronym Scepter for his next item, potentially. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting pretty full slotted apart from a Moonshard. We'll have to see if Spirit, like, do they want to try and put Yatoro down here, apply some pressure while the Roshan spawns to, like, kind of pressure P-Vision into, like, a bad decision? Because they know that there's a potential that Spirit can play the clock on you.
Okay, Snake in the pit.
Can he keep it alive?
Yeah, he's going to turn Roche into a giant chicken. There's some vision now for Spirit with the tree ants.
I think
this is already at half HP just from a position 4. Now the Treant's going to come in to fully scout. It's an army of them as Roche destroys them. And Satanic into the pit. The Rasta ward will fall. Eventually, surely, they're going to jump in. No one with the silence, but the counter initiation now from Team Spirit. The Hex, the Force Staff. Queen of Pain is fine. Satanic in the pit. Collapse goes in again. Can he do it for a second time? He does! Unbelievable from Collapse. They're going to be able to get the Rasa. He has the active scepter now as the Uproar is doing a lot of damage. As no one again gets bursted by everybody. Now the age is consumed and Satanic and company just getting kited. Global Silence comes out from Miposhka. And Satanic stuck inside the Sprout again. Double buyback from P-Vision. DM, he's left to his own devices. They're buying back on everybody. They're just feeding left, right, and center. Another Pulverize with the BKB activated. It's a full duration from Collapse. Trying to get 9 cuts because everything at this point will be a dieback. Jotaro focusing on the Rasa. Now trying to get Satanic with the Sonic Wave. He's going to get bursted to the ground again as they call GG. And somehow Team Spirit 2-0 in convincing fashion in this last fight. They didn't lose basically anybody.
They just killed that fight. They just killed all of them, one after the other. Somehow Spirit make this happen to like every team they play against. They force you into one of these situations. You feel pressured. You rush your decision making. Collapse 2 Roche fights in a row. He steals the Aegis, has like perfect spell usage, goes in with the refresher. What they like 8 for 0 that fight into an instant GG. Yeah. I mean, P-Vision were in a great spot. They had a huge lead and they fumbled the high ground once more.
Man, Team Spirit again showing up. Normally they're through the lower bracket where they just clean up. This is the lower bracket.
Yeah, they just know they have to show up, they do so. Like, and this is the scary up the game, whether it's Miposhka on the silencer, Collapse with an incredible performance on this Primal as well. So yeah, overall, P-Vision running the Doom back to back. Didn't quite work out. Good performance, but against this team, you have more clean than that to beat them.
Yeah, for sure. We see a lot of congratulatory players with Ducalis. Actually looking not too crushed, which is good because...
you gotta respect this team. You better not call them bots.
No. 100% he would not call... hear about it. No one, unfortunately, this game just can't.
Beauty of Team Spirit, absolute. With their individual gameplay, the way they maneuver.
And of course that last fight was something to be as you see the fans and the collapse.
Play will always come through, and Team Spirit, they execute it cleanly, they know what to do, they always pressure you, and they're the team, I'm sure no matter the deficit, they never feel like they're going to lose the game. They always know how to win, how to make it happen, and here we have the decisive fight.
This is not a replay of that same fight, by the way. Collapse did, in fact, snatch twice in the same game. This fight was so insane. The fact that they barely lost anybody and several buybacks from P-Vision immediate diebacks.
Yeah, they just get to play on range. Miposhka in the back. Double global and just collapse. Then all the guys that are back, he doesn't see, you can see on DM's face, he knows in this moment that they're just crumbling.
Yeah, indeed. And Satanic put in a precarious spot. And that's when he gets stun locked and the rest of Team Spirit collapse upon him. And unfortunately that means P-Vision are out of the tournament as we go to a post-game interview.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Collapse of Team Spirit. You know I had to pick you.
Two ages. I mean, I want 2 TIs and I need 2 ages. So, if the third rush could spawn, I think I could also steal the third ages.
Yeah. The math adds up on that one. Going in.
Rush and I just blink in and steal. And I always go. And somebody of them just keep me in front of the fight.
Fun to watch you guys. I almost prefer watching Spirit games when you're down first. When you're like 10k down, I'm like, oh, now we really got a Spirit game on our hands, and we'll see if you're going to be a difference on your next opponent. It could be Tundra, or it could be Foul.
We will, we want to face anyone. Each other.
The man just wants competition! Collapse, hell of a game, hell of a series, hell of a tournament. You've only dropped 1 game so far this entire tournament, right?
Yeah, we lost versus Extreme. I'm a Juggernaut too strong.
You can't beat Ame Juggernaut, it's too strong, but once that's out of the picture, it seems like it's smooth sailing for you. Congratulations on the win. I'll send you down to do some key crushing, and I'll send it back to the studio.
I do think that Collapse has just put his name in the hat to be a very strong contender for our Sony MVP today, because this performance was incredible. Stealing those agencies allowed Team Spirit to come back. I know there was a fight already earlier on that helped a bunch as well, but we're going to break this game down. Jenkins, Effie, and Purge here with me as well, because this game, for a long time, Purge, we thought P-Vision...
I think P-Vision played a really, really good first 15 to 20 minutes. They put together their gold advantage, and when they went high ground, it just got soundly defeated. They even had a Roshan's banner to defend against it. Oh, man, here's going to be the key.
Let's see how it's...
This one's going to hurt.
Who's crushing it? Rue's crushing it this time? Nice, because it collapsed, crushed it last time when Rue was meant to be crushing it. That must have felt good.
Must have felt.
Look at them! Look at them clapping for him. This is like, to me, such a big reason why Team Spirit is the team that they are. Is their support of each other. I mean, I've seen all the videos. Like we've all seen the vlogs. There's just something about this team that makes people like be their best. And we talked about Rue in the previous series being at his best. And we get to see Collapse. Like, this was TI-10 God mode Collapse. 2 Aegis steals, and not only that, the way that he's playing every single fight, he's on like a sliver of HP. And the thing with Primal Beast on the current patch, when people are playing around this new facet where it's increasing your AoE, the longer that fight goes, the longer you can survive, the more plays you can make. And he was really putting it to work in this game.
He clutched this game so hard, and all of Spirit did. There were moments where all of them needed to press their buttons in the correct order and outplay in order to play into P-Vision, because the start of that game was so hard. The Dazzle Graves were putting in a lot of work. Every time Primal Beast went in, he was just getting chain disabled and killed before he got his Blink BKB, and they needed to find that one perfect window at the high ground, which they did, Purge.
Yeah, they did. Very, very impressive defense. They even had a Roshan's banner in that fight. I think they glimpsed back the Nature's Prophet before he killed it the first time. But the really crucial thing was killing the Death Prophet almost instantly, basically throwing everything on her.
Yeah.
There was not a grave in time. I think there was probably some global silence preventing that from happening. So very crucial moment. And then from there, just clutch fights after clutch fights. And I think Primal Beast has gone up stock in such a big way in my 100%. Mind in the last couple days, especially. And one of the nice things about it, you're always ready to go in. You can do damage. and you have BKB piercing disable, and you're an excellent initiator because you're talking about a pulverize into a charge, so it transitions you once you do get blink to be a capable hero into like such a good team fighter. You don't have to rely on your supports chain disabling. You're just this tanky BKB guy crushing. And look at the pulverize AoE here. I didn't know it could get this big, but it's really big when Collapse takes these fights this long.
I don't even think he had the blood right. I think actually the majority of players on both teams just had the Gale Guard.
Yeah.
little bit strange, but a lot of fun to see.
It's so fun. Like, I love watching Prime Team Spirit. You see a game where they have to do Hail Mary after Hail Mary play, where, like, as you guys are mentioning, it's not just that one person needs to clutch the fight. A single mistake from any player on the side of Team Spirit, and they lose the game. And they need to do this like 5 fights in a row. In somehow, some way, they managed to do it. It's incredible to watch.
Collapse did 41,000 damage. The highest was Yutora at 46. He almost out-damaged a Nature's Prophet carry. It's crazy how much damage he did.
And that was such a ridiculous performance. This team must be so exhausting to play against. I talked about it in their series versus Gaming Gladiators. Now with their series versus P-Vision in this game too. It feels like you have good reins on the game. You've got a good grip on it. There's a very minimal chance of losing, but you can't keep your guard down. You have to just play so tight and so perfectly. And even the games that Team Spirit lose must be just as exhausting as well, because you have to keep in mind that these windows could be created by them at any moment.
It's just this like pervasive feeling of it's never enough. It is never enough to beat Team Spirit, not when they're playing like this.
Do want to touch upon P-Vision for a little bit, as they will not take their lead completely, because we will see them tomorrow in the 3rd place decider. But this is of course a very painful loss for them. This is a team that has been on top of the EPT leaderboards for the entire year. They won the most lands with the crowd, obviously. Otherwise, Tundra would be there. It's very sad to see them go here, Purge.
It is sad. I still think they had a really, really amazing year. I think getting top 4 is impressive. And now I'm looking at the tournament, I'm saying, okay, Team Spirit looks like the best team here. And I'm looking at everybody they beat from before until now. And I think P-Vision was just another one of those teams on the chopping block. I think Gaming Gladiators, who got knocked out by them, are going to be thinking the same thing as well.
Yeah, and speaking of looking at things.
Yes, I have some wonderful clips I would love to show you, talking about how good P-Vision is and why they should have won this game. Here's their early game first gank on Laurel. That was very fantastic. This is with a catapult wave. They move up. Laurel thinks he's safe, but with the Disruptor Glimpse, they get this guaranteed kill into
Beastmaster blink roars, and that's going to feel really bad. So I'm really curious about who's going to basically be the point of contact for all of these fights on the side of Tundra specifically, because I think it's pretty clearly Mars for Falcons.
Well, 33 has to pick his hero, but outside of the Beastmaster and Axe, I don't know what 33 would do to be initiator. He typically doesn't like that style. I mean, Crystallis and Storm, I think, can both do that, right? I suppose in this game. But then you have Skeeter, who is going to be overall last pick. So you kind of want to pick a hero that makes it so his last choice isn't very easy to play. I'm curious on what they're going to do here, because like this Dazzle could still be offlane. We don't really know.
There it is, the Rizzler. He is back. This is the lane that they did play. We talked about it. I think it's good because you can still like use the birds to be able to counter the arena, which is really nice if he's going to be playing the Bloodsport as well. So that is a nice addition. It also allows you to have the tempo, to have the auras. Very strong early game-oriented lineup coming out from Tundra. And now they need to find a hero that's going to be laning into Marcy plus Visage, which is a lot of damage early on.
I'm going to make a bold prediction.
Make it bold. Is it PL?
No, it's DK.
Oh, DK.
What do you think?
It could work. I'm just afraid that hero might be too squishy.
That's not something you hear too often about DK.
Yes, but it is Visage in Marcy lane, which is incredibly strong. I mean, I was thinking... I mean, I also thought PL for a second, but I was like, that's not going to happen as Falcons. It's like, they could maybe Weaver as well, if they're really afraid of it. Like, there's some heroes that I think just, if you get tossed back into Visage, no matter how tanky you are, I feel like you might just die unless it's a Tide. I'm also okay with that one, too. The DK, it could work, too. I also like it.
You're mentioning these heroes that can be broken, and he showed 18-minute Conda, which is 4-second undispellable break. So they did go for a different thing. Wanted to have extra bit of a, to deal with the birds, something that's going to be more stable.
Lane, though. I said that's a rough lane.
Yeah.
I think Gyro can just feed very much so in this lane.
He's not a hero that builds like into he doesn't buy region early on. Like he wants to have his blades of attack, 3 branches, get his Falcon Blade ASAP, and you also have Tusk, so that's something that's going to be extra bit of a save. So this is going to be position 4 overall. Ancient Apparition, slightly more, I would say, farm-oriented, but Snaking does play Tusk with the other facet, with the Drinking Buddies, where he is going to be pulling him out of the trouble. This has been the combo last DI as well, so it's still very good.
Yeah, the combo is really strong. The hero in the mid-game is going to be very nice, but I'm definitely afraid of like these small moments where you make a rotation, Marcy gets the rebound, dispose into the Visage. You really have no counterplay as a Gyro to that. It's either you survive it and you turn it and you kill them, or you just die. But I'm afraid he's just going to die in that one, unfortunately. I do like what Falcons has going on here, but I kind of favor Tundra on this one. I feel like the top lane is going to be very difficult. You're not stopping the Storm too much. You do have a pretty, I want to say, easy monkey entry to this game too. All you have to do is focus down this Gyro. A lot of work is going to have to be done by Crit this game to do saves, I think.
Yeah, I think the Gyrocopter, you were mentioning this hero doesn't really have a build other than just playing hard carry fear. And I feel like in this game, there's no threshold he's eventually going to hit where they can't just go on him and kill him. Maybe it'll take too much resources from the side of Tundra, and then the rest of Falcons will clean up. But I really think it's going to come down to if Skeeter maybe gets 1 or 2 early Aegises, where that game plan for Tundra no longer works. And if that's the case, I think Falcons can take it, but I'm also leaning on the way of Tundra.
Same here. I also want to see if maybe Amar is going to be adjusting his item build, because you might need some Crimson Guard in this one. You are playing against Monkey, you are playing against Visage. Fear did mention maybe something new, maybe some Crimson Guard into Yule Scepter, Blink Dagger, this type of a build. If they're going to be losing the game relatively early on, he might need to adjust because this is a very tempo-oriented lineup from Tundra.
Alrighty, well guys, you've been given plenty of time to talk about your thoughts for it. It feels like there is this small window in which Falcons could win it, but mostly kind of favoring Tundra here. But for now, before we head on into this game number 1 of our elimination series, we're going to head on down to the stage with Nomad.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm here with Owie2000. Owie, a couple of interesting things in this draft. I think the first one, the Ancient Apparition. This hero's been banned out a few times, yet to be picked. What does that hero give you, which made you want to go for it this time?
It's just good for Dazzle. Like, Dazzle's all about healing and Grave, and AO just stops that. Also, when Dazzle ultis, like you put the AEW on him, he almost gets 100-0 just by some long range spell.
All right, and the specialist Visage pick coming out from Tundra as well. Does that strike fear into your heart, Owie, or are you confident against it?
Honestly, we didn't expect it, and like meta, like he's the best Visage in the world. Like he might start safe playing this game. He might like just randomly TP at minute 2. You don't know. But I think like we have an idea of how his Visage plays. I mean, we played with the guy for a long time, so hopefully we do well versus it.
All right, thank you very much, Owie 2000. Let's get into it. It is game number 1 of these semifinals. Tundra versus Team Falcons.
We've already said one team that was coming into this tournament as the favorites is not going to be making the grand finals. P-Vision. Now we'll see if Tundra, the other favorite of the EWC, will actually make it through the grand finals, or if they will have to play in the 3rd place matchup against P-Vision. Their matchup is against Falcons, Avery, and it's a bit of a tough one.
Old friends reunited in this game. A lot of ex-Tundra players versus a lot of current Tundra players with a lot of ex-Creepwave players against each other. The tips are already abundant. The all chat's already been there. Nothing inflammatory, just some friendly hellos across the map here. And
I mean, Skeeter said it was going to be an easy matchup.
True.
Whitemon said it wouldn't take long to win this series.
One of them's wrong, so
one of them is going to be wrong. Maybe they're both going to be wrong.
I hope this goes to a game 3. This could be an explosive series, particularly because these teams know so much about each other. You have the familiarity. You know how to target the bans. You know how people want to play on the lane. We saw AUI in the interview talking about the Visage starting safe lane, right? All these little tricks that you come to expect from your ex-teammates. Gotta pull out the knowledge here to get you over that finish line and go into that grand final. The all chat's going to continue. What can you say? They just love each other too much here. And I mean, looking at this draft, I think this was one of the more back and forth drafts in terms of teams proposing an idea and the other team trying to counter. Like, there's a lot of back and forth here in trying options to then
giving up the Monkey King to Tundra, specifically to Chrysalis, right? They have only lost 3 matches with Monkey King since Chrysalis joined the roster. It is his most prolific hero. It is his most played hero. It is his most successful hero. It is a bold move to, in game 1 of this best of 3 elimination on the line, to just give out your opponent's best hero like that.
Confidence, some might say. Foolish confidence, other people might say.
Yeah.
But it does give you an advantage if you can beat it, right? Massive draft and strategic advantage if you can shut down this Monkey King in game 1 of a series. And that can be a good way to just go into game 1, know what you're going up against, plan a strategy, have that advantage. Skeeter already feeling the Visage pick. He's dead here.
I mean, they knew this was coming. They knew there was going to be some sort of 33 shenanigans, and they were not prepared.
I'm surprised Falcons split the map that much versus the Visage. You really have to respect this hero's level 1, and you cannot give him the extra gold early. Still has his death toll. This is a really scary hero to give first blood to, particularly with the Marcy Visage lane. This is an incredibly explosive lane. You can get all in basically at any level. Falcons already on the back foot. They're going to have to step it up to survive this lane. Team's over with this hero.
This matchup's definitely going to be interesting. Flat cannon being thrown out at the same time. 33 is going to be spamming his nukes the entire way.
Good damage from the King.
Yeah, very early. Only 3 armor on the Visage to start things off, so tank team's doing some extra work there. I'm definitely more interested in watching the side lane, though. It's Chrysalis versus Amar, right? If you're going to give up that Monkey King, you specifically are telling your offlaner, like, all right, what do you need in order to beat this? What is the matchup that is going to make sure that you don't completely fall apart? And you're already seeing it. Chrysalis level 2, he picks up Tree Dance and easily jumps on top of Crit. A 4-position Ancient Apparition? I feel like that's going to be food for Monkey King early on.
I think Falcons wanted to switch for a couple reasons. One, Snake has been performing really well in the Tusk. 2, you get the better combination matchups in the side lane. You get the melee with the ranged hero top. You get the range with the melee bottom. The spell synergy is definitely better in this setup. But the laning can be a weakness here, particularly for Crit. Going up against Dazzle Monkey King, you just cannot step outside that lane. You're absolutely food. Falcons are going to have to execute these supports really well to get through this early game because Tundra's lane setup is just crazy strong, especially these side lanes, no matter what, against anything.
Oh, yeah.
all these little executional things matter a lot. I mean, Crit did get the camp blocks bottom, had some good equilibrium for a Mars, so the Mars is farming a little bit early, but the early kills giving you a lot of extra gold to play around with here.
All those denies between Saksa and 33. Constant battle between the two of them. What'd you make of the trade-off, right? The Monkey King going the way of Tundra, but in return, Falcons get their hands on the BZM Beastmaster that did really solid work against Liquid in their previous series.
He dumpstered that game too. The thing is, I don't know how reliably you can win lane with this hero against these top-tier teams, right? I think that was an overperformance from Falcons yesterday, a little underperformance from Liquid.
Yeah.
And it really skewed how the Beast looked in that game. And I think in most average outcomes, this hero's going to be a little slow. Or he's not going to give you that quality of moment.
Already kept him on the back foot with remnant spams.
Solid start here for Tundra. See if they can continue to ramp up some of the kill threat. I mean, that's how these lanes are designed. Like, you can just all-in heroes really easily, run them down, chase them down with the super powerful nukes. If no kills are happening, Falcons are going to be happy. Like, they're okay to trade CS here against all this early nuke power, particularly in this top lane. Like, if there's not chain killing happening up here with the Marcy Visage, that's a one lane in my opinion. Like, if I get out of here 0-0-0, I'm happy. If I'm not feeding 33 any extra kills, good riddance, I'll go in the jungle, I'll play the stack game, you're a Visage farming lane, whatever, right? I'm trying to get as much out of here as I can before he gets the birds up and I probably have to leave. Gyro is a nice hero against the Visage in the mid game as well, with a lot of the AoE and the flak, and of course you have the Tusk boost tag team going in, gives you some more extra physical, but you don't have the drinking buddies to put in on the Gyro. They were kind of debating between the two. Tough to make that call.
Tag team better for winning lane, right?
Probably.
See the why that Snake in general, the pressure off of Skeeter. Skeeter and
this lane non-stop. Like, pulls against Visage are really nice. You force him into bad areas on the lane. You're getting the extra experience. If you can out-level him, it's harder for him to all-in you. Sometimes you can all-in this hero. He is susceptible to that as well. Maybe get a shard block up here, bring the AA up. Because this AA, he would not mind some extra kills this early game. Stakey, you stepped a little far forward. But
he snowballed a little early here, but instead, the Soul Assumption nuke thrown at Skeeter, a snowball away.
Honestly, I like how Snaking's playing this lane. Like, he's constantly up front. He's not giving them easy dispose or rebound entries onto the Gyro, which is what this lane who cares, right? He already he bought Raindrop, he has Fairy Fire, he can tank a lot of the nukes. Classic for them?
Yeah.
But even with the first
and maybe he in turn can return the favor and run over this top lane. Toss back on a Snake King again. Snowball over to the Visage. They're going to try and isolate the Visage, perhaps. Nope, Skeeter has made the call. He wants to back out. Double denies for him as they back away. And he covers Snake King's retreat here.
that's happening, you get mid tower.
In fact, both supports are going to die. Tundra, they're not afraid to make moves on different sides of the map. Their cores are just so strong off of this laning phase. Falcons just seemingly don't have a chance.
Too susceptible to the backline jump. I mean, that's what this draft is supposed to do. Pick the Falcons backline apart, ignore the frontliners, and then you just lose so much of your damage amp in this game. The Tusk and the AA can give you the ability to burst heroes, but if they're gone, your damage falls off considerably, especially for ATF. He needs this AA plus Tusk alive to give him that oomph.
And I would say the Beastmaster too, right? Like, if they kill the Ancient Apparition, then the Dazzle, in turn, can have his full effect on the game. And both the Mars and the Beastmaster are going to be pretty heavily single-target focused. So, easy heals, easy shallow graves.
That's why this AA pick is a double-edged sword in this game. It's really powerful against what Tundra have, but at the same time, Tundra, they got some picks in to make his life miserable, and we're already seeing it. 0-5 start for Crit. He's going to have to go the Atos here. It's going to be slow. He's a little underleveled. I just don't think he can show on waves this game to get the extra XP, right? Like, how can you show on a wave in this game as AA against Monkey King, Visage, Storm, Marcy? It's impossible.
That's why he's been maxing out Vortex and just hitting neutrals this entire time.
I mean, I understand it.
But not everybody can hit neutrals. Somebody's got to deal with these waves.
The one
right now, that's Skeeter, but he may get caught by a smoke.
Falcons can bait the jumps out of Tundra if they feel like there's an obvious area these smokes are coming in on, and then turn that play around with the arena plus everything. This is just going to be Skeeter going down.
Yeah, Skeeter doesn't see this one coming.
That's an amp damage storm.
Oh, okay. He was 100% dead as is, but yet in an amp damage, that's just unfair.
I mean, at least that play happens after Wisdom Shrine's already taken. And you do get the blink up on the Mars, so the playmaking's there for Falcons, but Tundra are just taking over this map right now.
Yeah, and Saksa, I like the way he's using his ultimate. Just always looking to pressure towers with it. With the glyph going off in the bottom lane, as they say, okay, we'll just come through these neutrals real quick. I mean, Falcons, I feel like they got to make a move soon, and they are going to make a three-man smoke play right now.
Gotta use the Mars blink.
Yeah, soon we're going to get into a Visage pipe. And then your damage. Even if you hit the Ice Blast, you might be lacking in enough damage to actually, break somebody there.
Mid. The other problem for Falcons is their follow-up objective taking isn't as good in this early game as Tundra's is. Like, Tundra even threat buys you time to farm. It's getting you to your next items on your cores, which is kind of more their style. But it does give Tundra room off of these pickoffs like we saw there. You get a kill, and you have to back up to your side of the map. Tundra then gets space. They get an Arcane Rune off of them losing a support. All these little things are going to continue to go Tundra's way right now because they just have the faster lineup.
Win is Falcons going to feel better about the game.
Ags Beastmaster, for sure. I mean, that's when this hero comes online. Then you have 3 cores to play with.
He's got it now. Is that enough by itself?
He's missing resources on the map. I think it is.
Trying to catch Amar, blinks away. BZM, oh, they're going to go the wrong direction.
This is a value dodge because that set Arcane Rune out on the Storm.
Yeah.
That's a super nice gank dodge for Amar. And he stayed out on the map. Maybe he'll get a couple more camps here, get a Watcher.
Yeah, what do you think of Amar queuing up the Desolator? Yeah, he's going to cut the next wave. That's cool.
I mean, that's a Giga Chad build right there. I think there's a lot of players who would be pressured to get maybe Yules in this game for the Storm lockdown, mini Grave deterrent, or just build more survivability with an early BKB or something, but he just wants the damage, man. And it is a good Deso game, right? You amp up a lot of the physical coming out from the Tusk, Gyro, Beastmaster getting in there. It's going to have good synergy with the lineup. Good against the birds and everything.
Falcons getting sandwiched here. 3 different sides. BZM on one, 33 on the other, and then Saksa still finding Crit on top of that one. An attempted Ice Blast from Crit doesn't do much. Falcons, their cores simply cannot fight.
They can't take fights if the backline gets jumped.
Yeah.
Unless their cores are overwhelmingly powerful, it's just never going to happen in this game. And so Tundra, if they see supports, it's a complete green light. Commit on them, jump the Storm in. He's going to have Grave to bail him out. The second the A is dead, the Dazzle's fight becomes way more free. You just swarm these heroes. The rest of the cores are just going to stand around and think about how do we position better around the map. I think Falcons need to look for this Storm on one of these power runes. I think BZM is getting way too much right here. It's the best place to hunt for him. They just can't get set up in time. They will take it away from him at least. Shield rune for Amar.
Yeah.
They're grouping around mid. It's going to be another smoke. Don't have Blink on the Beastmaster, however, so initiation has to come from ATF.
Let's see what kind of arena he can get here. BZM's going to show, and he's going to get the spear back into the roar. Doesn't even throw up the arena. That was very smooth. Now he is Ice Blasted. Shalgrave's going to take out. He tries to keep the ball going, but he does not have enough mana to zip forever.
No, that takes a lot of mana. The duration is not your friend there.
No.
Can Falcons translate this into something?
Yeah, you said it's their objective transition here is not the greatest, but maybe they could bait Tundra in here. A spear that lands on 33. Beautiful stuff with cold feet. It's going to be a chain stun and lots of damage raining in for the Gyrocopter. Chrysalis, he gets in here with the Wukong's command, but it's easy. Falcons just walk away, except for Amar, of course, who's stuck in with the shards from Crit. Or Snake King, rather.
Birds are given some extra vision here, but you already used the Wukong. You don't have the Storm. Falcons forced to retreat.
It does keep them off the Roshan, but I almost feel like Falcons are okay with that. It would have been a very slow Rosh as is.
Yeah, they have the tag team plus the Beast Dags. This speeds it up, but it's not fast enough to do this early in the game against the lineup that doesn't really have a lot of long cooldowns. Like, your only big cooldown on this Tundra lineup is the Wukong. So you can play around that a little bit if you're Falcons, but honestly, I think Tundra will fight without it anyway. This monkey is strong enough to go in.
Whitemon picks up a gem before 20 minutes.
That is a very early gem.
Yeah, they are not that far ahead. Only up 3 or 4K here, but if he can keep that gem in their ground, it would be a massive win for them. Malrine does get picked off by BZM and Chrysalis, finding the opening here. But Roshan is going to transition to the other side, but what they can do is go back for Tormentor here.
So it'll be a nice Tormentor pickup. I mean, give it to Whitemon and boost his net worth back up. It is a peculiar gem purchase, so there's nothing really that it's good against in terms of what Falcons lineup is doing. Yeah, there's no like TA in this game, no wolves or something, no early glimmer capes. He just wants the
ward control.
Yeah, he wants the vision control, and I think the big idea is if you take away Falcons' vision, they can't get jumps around the map. Your chances of starting a fight by going on one of their cores or the backline with the Storm goes up tremendously.
Right.
And if this map becomes scary to play, the supports can't show on the waves. The cores become slightly more scared too. You're going to deprive Falcons of a decent amount of farm here.
We may be seeing a bit of that impact already. Falcons all here on this side of the map, all 5 of them.
They have the one obs mid, that's a fresh one. That's all they see right now.
Yeah.
I mean, they really want to make a move for this mid tower. This mid tower has been up far too healthy for far too long. But it has to be a fight that everybody's willing to join with some sort of item timing, and just not strong enough right now. By the way, ATF did skip that.
Oh, what a jump from Soxa. Hello.
Okay.
Bounces on 2. He's just one man fighting 2 supports. It doesn't work for him.
That was bold.
It was, but Chrysalis is still going to collect at least one off this. The Ancient Apparition being out of here. Plus, they had to use Ice Blast.
I actually agree with that call from Soxa, even if he dies there for free. I think if you're Tundra, you should never let these supports show on a wave.
Sure.
In this game. Like, the second the AAR Tusk is hitting a creep, somebody should be jumping them and sending them back to the fountain. And that's probably what he was saying to the team. He's like, guys, this is an illegal show. I can't be the only one down here. They will re-smoke straight in the mid, and they're going to find the other support.
It's these supports.
I'm telling you,
getting caught all over the map, man.
There is no way you can farm a wave in this game.
And more galvanized stacks for BZM.
More illegal gameplay from Snaking here. Gets punished.
Nice play from Malrine. Used the boar to check power runes, denies an amp damage.
That's big. They have not been able to take a lot of these runes away from the Storm. The more they can do that, the better it's going to go for them as they try and get the Crimson Guard on the Mars. ATF going back for a more defensive aura-oriented item build. Try and help the other 2 cores stay in the fight.
This is cool. BCM's going to go for an Eternal Shroud this game.
I'm a little dubious of this.
It is a lot of magic.
I remember the other game he did this, though. He got it, and then he proceeded to die like 3 times in a row, and they lost that game horribly. He is going to commit, though, so...
Do you remember what heroes he's matched up against? Because
he was against a decent amount of stuns. That's why I doubted it.
Okay.
Because the problem with this item is you can just get chain stun down. And the burst survivability is not great.
Ooh, snaking. I mean, it's such a insane play to go back to the same spot. But maybe he's luring Tundra
look at the flank right now.
into a bit of a flank as they're coming up the side here. Now, they do catch the Dazzle right away. That is perfect for Falcons. They're going to lose the Tusk, but I think they're okay with that trade-off. What about the follow-up, though? Can they actually win the 4-on-4 being down 8,000 net worth?
This is where you wish you had that Beastmaster blink for second source of initiation to continue the chase. Or the BKBs. They're very close to some BKBs here. Kind of awkward time to fight for Falcons despite getting the Dazzle, which you would take that trade every time.
Maybe they could get this mid tower. Tundra ball move to the bottom side of the map.
You'll get Glyph out of them.
Okay.
TPs.
Yeah.
So a little outmaneuvering here. And you're going to force Tundra to be split around your vision. You have very good vision control between this mid-tier 1 and Roshan. So if you put Tundra around that area, very high chance you get a jump. Downside is if you leave these wards, well, no, he did not lose Gem. The Gem got passed to the Storm. So unfortunately for Falcons, you are going to lose some of these wards, and you lose both.
Yeah,
that hurts.
Yeah.
If you'd gotten Gem off that Dazzle kill, ooh, that would have been juicy.
Careful there. Anybody who shows them his mid lane almost immediately gets jumped. It's a good thing they've got these blink daggers and the quick reactions and foresight for them.
He didn't even get to the wave to show. He got
did it. You're right.
He got killed before he could even show on that bottom wave.
Spotted on a secret shop ward.
I mean, Falcons will still fight this if they get a really good jump. That's their last obs on the map.
They're blind.
Oh, man. Triple D ward off this Gem. That's rough. That is really rough stuff. Well, now you have to try and think about when this Roche is being forced or not. You maybe want to linger around the area so you don't give it up off of smoke into it. The lead continuing to grow here for Tundra. Some surgical gameplay. Just making a couple of good small moves every now and then, continuing to punish these supports on the waves, abusing the vision. It's adding up here.
And while the Crimson Guard is done for the Mars, in turn, Chrysalis almost has the Scotty, which I feel like if they just get that, they could probably force the Roshan. Even if you have the Crimson Guard to block some of the damage, Scotty is still a big problem for Falcons.
Feels like Tundra are getting their item timings a bit faster than Falcons here.
Just a bit.
A blast off the scan. Oh, that hurts for Falcons. Going to blast for this. It's just a little too early. That's Roche just gone. I don't think you can test this without the AAL.
Certainly not.
You still don't have the gyro BKB as well.
All right, so it ages for BZM. Well,
oh yeah.
If you were afraid of him getting punished for the Eternal Shroud pickup, certainly not going to be the case anymore.
This is where it feels great. You got 2 lives for them to get through this item, and there's a lot of magic damage on the side of Falcons. And he just gets a regen root on top of it. Why not? Even got the mana draw.
He's going to have mana for days. So, but he's got a decent amount of galvanized stacks. He's getting the extra mana off the Eternal Shroud, a regen rune, and Aegis. Man could be zipping back and forth between both bases at this place.
He's really scary around the map right now. He might have to just dodge this Aegis period entirely for Falcons. Take a core pick off on the side of the map if you find him. I mean, 33 showing here. This is really tempting. I'm surprised they're not jumping this.
He does have the shard on the Visage, so I could see why they didn't jump that purely because of that. The stall between Vanguard, Pipe, and then him also being able to go invulnerable.
Still, he's right near your tier 2 as the BKB's flying in for the gyro. If you hug these wards or tier 2s, you kind of have to take the opportunities if they're there.
Yeah.
You got to remember, you have this blood sport up. You have the ability to spear people back into a lack of vision to prevent some of these saves going out.
Sure.
Have to play to your lineup strengths here.
The one thing Dazzle can do in that situation is throw his spirit inside of the arena.
For sure.
Oh, Radabatos. And I think they've got the chain stuns. Any other? Okay, he actually zips back into snaking somehow, but now he's been shallow grave. Now it's going to be bad for Falcons. Zip forward from BZM, back on the aggression, gets grab on a Skeeter, and now the all-in. Wait, Chrysalis, he's stuck up on the walls! The arena blocks him out. He couldn't get the Wukong's humanity he was looking for here. He finally jumps down, but he's been grabbed. Pick me up, trying to get him out of the way, but it went all so wrong.
He got decimated by that arena. I think everybody was confused there for 3 seconds. Like, where's this Monkey King? He's stuck on the wall.
Oh my god, it was so bad for Falcons initially, failing to get the kill on the Storm Spirit. But then an arena that just catches the Monkey King midway through his leap.
The thanks come out, I mean, that's a rough one. That's a rough one. You could argue like he gets arena'd and his tree gets cut there anyway, but that was just insult to injury.
It was.
That just feels bad for Tundra here. I mean, that was their big item timing. That's a Scotty BKB Monkey King who gets nothing done. He was 9-0 in this game.
Massive net worth swing. They were up 9K, and all of a sudden it's an even game. They still have the Aegis on the side of Tundra. So 2 minutes to make that work. And level 20 almost here for the Storm Spirit. BZM is still massive, even if Chrysalis has been slowed down slightly.
I will say the downside of the Shroud build that we saw there, the single target damage going into the gyro was not overly impressive.
Yeah, compared to the Parasma build.
Yeah, exactly. Like getting Parasma or, I don't know, BKB so you can sit there and hit him instead of having to dodge out of these A stuns and random garbage. Like, it does hurt your ability to just all-in a hero, even if your defensive capability is higher. And this Visage is not the best scaling offlaner for 33. It's more of a snowball-oriented offlaner that brings auras to the game and helps you take an advantage, compound it, end the game. But if this game gets evened out, which it just did, his spell impact is not as high as something like the Mars or the Beastmaster or the Lycan. Darkseer, both of them got banned out in that last phase. This is kind of the weaker hero scale-wise. He has to make up for it with the extra gold. Getting into things like the Hex, the Conda. He's the last net worth core in this game. Not the position he wants to be in on this hero. Falcons got a lot out of that team fight.
Don't forget they got the gems, so they can actually get some vision down where they were being suffocated on the map before.
Their heroes are tanky, man. Like there's a lot that's going to get soaked up by Bulwark plus Crimson on 2 BKB frontliners and the Gyro and the Beast, who have a lot of HP to work with. A Snowball save behind him. Got to land some good Wukongs in this game if you're Tundra now.
This might go bad for Tundra. They're going to chase through the gate. Snaking, I think he saw the gate going, so he's blinking away.
Yeah, he's out of that one.
Is Falcons going to set up a fight here? I mean, I guess Aegis is almost gone.
Aegis in 20 seconds here.
Yeah, no way you take it.
Absolutely dodge. It's not worth fighting into Aegis for this Tormentor.
Yeah, they just give up the Tormentor. Another shard. Going to go the way of Tundra.
Probably go to the Dazzle here.
It does indeed, so.
Not a bad one, but...
Yeah, I mean, they have no silences, so in theory, he can always get off his ult.
Orchid Beastmaster.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Again, this is the downside of the Shroud, right? Now this Orchid is still really good against the Storm.
That's true.
You don't have a Dispel in this build-up. It's good against the Dazzle here. I kind of like the Orchid. It's going to scale well, give him some extra single target burst, create more of a threat in the fight. Still Tundra's lead. They can get a team fight going, especially with this Monkey King. Can definitely rebuild that net worth advantage, but all eyes on Crystals here. Like, you need a big Wukong to bring this Gyrocopter down. And this can be a good matchup for the Monkey if you can get in there.
His Remnant, Crit doesn't see him, but the Remnant, yeah, now he breaks the smoke. He's out. Nice heads up awareness that Falcons might sweep up to this top lane where 33 is chipping away at the top tower.
I will say it feels like Falcons want to fight a little more than Tundra do. Fresh BKB on that Mars.
And he might get the initiation. Spear back. Straight into Maureen with the Orchid. Pipe goes out. He has a chance with a Shao Grave. He's definitely going to be able to turn to statue form if he's in danger. Now it's Snake King who's in trouble. BZM's going to zip after him. Roar goes out onto the Visage. Still going after this Visage. They arena him, they spear him, and they locked out the Dazzle. So no Shallow Grave and couldn't turn to stone form. And also getting away from this Wukong's man. Long jump away with the rebound. Saksa being pursued by Amar. Got the pin onto the Dazzle. BKB goes off from Amar. Chrysalis is trying to fight without his Wukong's man, and his damage is just not good enough. Shallow Grave goes out. He attempts to TP away, but the Shallow Grave, it lasts just long enough.
That BKB TP duration is so close to getting canceled there by that snowball. No punch available, no roar available. That is a miraculous TP out that somehow salvages otherwise a waste of a fight for Tundra. You get the snaking buyback, but whatever, right? His job is done. He tanked a bunch of spells. He tanked that initiation. Amar's just way too tanky on this front line. If there's no damage going into him, you have to try and focus the gyro, and you don't have Wukong to take it here. This is the big spell Falcons are playing around. You traded Wukong for Arena when the Visage went down. They immediately kited it out. Yeah, Falcons have been on point playing around this spell. I don't think we've really seen an impactful ult for this Monkey King. And we might not until he pushes towards that 25 and gets more the extra ring to play with.
Yeah, we see the game plan reflected in item choices, the Crimson Guard, but also the Hurricane Pike on the Gyrocopter, right? He wants the extra bit of mobility. We got the Blink Daggers on a bunch of these heroes. They're just trying to get out of the Wukong's command if it's used, reset, and then go for the chase down.
Back to their old ways. Snake King showed on a wave, so he must be punished. That'll be a dieback for him. A lot of time off the map. Unfortunately, no Roche to kill. Could instant spawn.
Yeah, small chance of that one. BKB next for BZM. So he's still going to get a BKB.
This is where I always go with the Shroud question. I just... This item never feels like it does enough for the Storm. And then you end up being pressured to go for BKB to deal with some of the minor stun threats anyway. Can't help but feel like you would have been better off with something else that was more damage or more aggressive.
Yeah, I agree.
Or even like Lincoln's this game, right? Pretty good Lincoln's game. See what he ends up with in the 6 slots.
Is this going to be the same situation, Falcons? You really want to take the fight without snaking, though.
It's a lot. This Tusk is pretty valuable. Even if he just tanks a lot of the Storm Jump, that's valuable in itself. The Snowball Sunni supports kill them all off quickly. Your supports can then win you the long fight.
Does mean they're going to give some trade.
And you have to start thinking for the... Well, also not relevant because it's going to be Roche spawn top.
Yep. For which...
So Falcons really don't care about that take, which is current here unless you commit into that river.
Falcons have also hit another timing. Daedalus on the Gyrocopter with level 21. He's got the 20 talent, 3 flag act. It's a lot.
Like, you would have to pre-BKB on this monkey and just jump in. And even then, you're probably getting roared instantly. Like, I don't think Falcons are afraid to commit ults on the monkey, particularly when you have the AA. That's the problem. They can roar you, you get graved, you get AA ulted. favorable trade for Falcons if nobody is checking crit on the backside.
He probably doesn't feel great about it, but I think you have to initiate with Boundless Strike. As in, like, in order to get position. I don't think you could do any sort of tree dancing shenanigans here. I think you actually just need to do the guarantee of Boundless Strike straight into the middle of them.
Or let Falcons go on your Visage, which is generally how we see 33 like to start these fights, right? Like, he is a hero that majority of the value is going to be him tanking spells on the front line.
Yeah, but they've also seemed to have been able to disengage every single time he's tried to do that.
There goes his birds.
Yeah, they're gone.
I agree. They haven't been able to line up the Wukong Storm pull turnaround behind the Visage, but I still think it's the best formation they can have in these late game fights if they can find a way to bait Falcons in.
Power Rune spawns. Ooh, BZM toying with Amar. It took some cojones to make that jump right in front of everybody. And damage bottom lane though.
What a rune.
And immediately Skeeter picks it up. And if they get the jump on a BZM here, it's perfect. Ice Blast coming in. The Shallow Grave will not save him. 1,000 damage crit from Skeeter off of a casual right click, and straight to the Roshan they go.
Part of that sequence, so you have to ask, what are Tundra doing beating this casual around the mid lane?
Yeah.
You just jump for the rune. You almost died going for the rune. You know Falcons are there. You know they're likely going to check bottom after the sequence happens. And you're just casually strolling around mid. No Lincoln Sphere on this. We're taking it, and now 2 lives on this gyro. High ground siege potential online for Falcons.
Top tower is under attack.
This is where they thrive. These late game tricores with to continue to find farm, even in these games where it's a 1k gold difference. It doesn't feel like it because you're looking at this man here, 33 on the Visage. What is his team fight contribution going to be?
Yeah. The Mars, with his nullifier and all the impact he's having against the Monkey King.
We got a free kickoff.
Yeah, Saksa and Aggressive will get caught.
It hasn't felt like they found a lot in a long time. This Monkey King started this game 9-0. He had that one death, and since then he's still 9-1.
Yeah. I don't know, Crystal. I don't know if nullifiers change that much. I feel like Falcons, when the fight starts and the Wukong's command goes out, I think they just BKB and reset.
Or lockdown in this lineup. That's
Yeah.
Feels like you need a head.
A raindrop I get, but like a Sage's mask. Really?
I wonder whose it is. Can't see.
Yeah. It's on the
mantle of intelligence. The mask.
there. Now that they're back on their winning way, loud.
Though most of it's been friendly.
It has friendly banter, yeah. That poses a lot of questions for the draft. His Timbersaw is back. His Razor's back. His Mars is back. All the
as the Soxa's Marcy, and it literally looks like it could go either way. And if we're going to pause here, you're going to see that Mars is about level 5.5 right now. And if we get the kill on Soxa, you're then going to see that Mars is barely not level 6 just yet. So he's then going to die. And so you're thinking, okay, what's his way back into the game? A lot of offlaners would just TP back to their own lane right now. But instead, he's going to TP top, and 33 having the presence of mind, knowing that he saw that Mars wasn't level 6 yet, gets it from the creep wave, and then 33 is going to effectively dodge this gank. So Amar, instead of free farming his lane, ends up dying at the Wisdom Shrine, trying to get a kill top, which misses. Then about 20 seconds later, he's going to walk mid and try to get a kill here. And I just want to remind you guys, this was the guy that pioneered the offlane farming for the first 15 minutes of the game. And this is a solid minute and a half of him dying and then walking around the map. And he ended up being the lowest net worth core after the laning stage. That's something you don't see very often on Amar. And then just want to highlight the one play of the game that we've all been talking about, just so everyone at home gets a little glimpse and a replay of exactly what happened here. You're going to see Monkey King jump into midair right now and just have the Giga Atos.
Let me in. Let me in.
Nah, that's pure skill from Amar. He knew. He knew to drop the arena right then.
We call that the Humpty Dumpty. That's what happened to Chrysalis there, and that's going to go down in history as one of the, I'd say, most pivotal, like, awkward interactions in all of Dota in terms of deciding the outcome of a game.
He even hit them with the old chat. Tree dance doesn't work, so he knew exactly what he was doing there.
Yeah, I genuinely would believe that. I feel like if anyone's going to know the weird interactions of a Mars arena against every other hero, it's probably going to be Amar. There is one more talk.
On his Blink Dagger, and then he also had Crit, who was struggling to be able to get his level 6 as well. Mars Arena 3 minutes, and I want to see what's going to happen in game 2. I said that Falcons, we might be seeing even better Falcons.
That's only a game 1, though, and the loser only have to settle and fight it out for 3rd or 4th place. So game number 2, we're going to go to a break. Before we do, though, we're going to check in with our app reporter.
Yo, Book fam. No cap, it's like D-bags out there partying or something. Yo, what the Jad, that dude is jacked and cooked.
3 times. I think they won all of those games as well. From carry role, this is something that Ame did play. But knowing Tundra, most likely this is just going to be a mid-quap where you don't care too much about the rotations from the Batrider. This is when enemy team picks, you know, some Tusks, some Clockworks, and you're like, well, this is a pretty free Queen of Pain game because I can't really get ganked 6-8 minutes in. Something that we've seen them do really, really well in the first game. Those rotations from both of the supports on Tundra, they were extremely good. And you're going to kind of expect Falcons to try to replicate that. Do the same thing, especially with the Batrider, because in the previous game, you had Tusk, which kind of needed to stay in the lane.
But with just gonna ban here Nisha on Queen of Pain versus Beastmaster. I wonder if that'll be the ban. Yeah, it is. Okay. I think Tusk for me has been one of those heroes that hasn't got enough respect in the bans, because every time I see it in game, it's doing something. Even last game, like he went like 1-9 or something just early in the game, but all you need is that one dagger to have impact in the fights. And when you're playing with a hero like Queen of Pain, if you have some way to reposition so she can get in and out of the fights without getting bursted, this hero's value goes up a lot for me. And we're gonna see the Ember counter pick, which Mirana, thought we weren't seeing that hero, Lacoste, from the first Boog the Boglet.
Yeah, that video, I said that we're going to be seeing Mirana only once. I think I'm fine with Mirana if she has some kind of a setup, you know, some Ember Spirit, some Kunkas, stuff like that, where you can actually play with the hero. I think the other situation would be if you're playing against Venomancer, and then you need to be able to somehow manage to find the ganks, because you can't have smokes up all the time. This is where Moonlight Shadow is going to be very handy. But this is also Falcons we're talking about. I've seen some Miranas being played from position 4, not just this tournament, but also previous tournaments, which I really don't like. I think the only viable position for Mirana is pretty much position 5, and this is something that Snaking does really well, playing this Mirana 5, allowing him to get some of these smaller items. She's a relatively strong laner, especially when he plays it, getting a lot of the stats, getting the good trades. You can kill the courier with the leaps as well. Not the easiest hero to kill as well. You're going to be most likely laning against Tusk. So you can dodge the shards, never really threatened in the lane, as long as you have those leap charges.
Yeah, and it also specifically for Falcons, as Snaking and Skeeter have been laning together for so long, not only is it a Snaking Mirana special, but it also just pairs innately well with a lot of the heroes that Skeeter likes to play, these stunners in the safe lane, that maybe in the early game he might look to play more around Malrine with the arrow and the chain setup, but at some point you also want to have that potential threat, because Mirana, gosh, it feels so bad in pubs if you like first pick a Mirana and then your teammates pick no setup on any of the lanes and you just decide you're going to go arrow some creeps. So one thing that Falcons does, I think, better than anyone else is kind of allow Snaking to have plays to be made so that when he is off map, he can potentially just be farming jungle, or he's also a threat, something that's a hero like Enchantress offers. And so when I look at heroes like Doom and Quap, even though Quap's more of a mobile mid, she is susceptible to this like level 5 Ember, 3 chains, and 1 or 2 points in arrow. She will probably die to that, especially if there's a Batrider there. So I'm definitely looking to see how many heroes are brought into the mid lane and how early that's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm also curious on where they're going to lane these heroes, because Doom, of course, 33 plays it, but this is a hero that has been far less popular in the offlane as of late. He has played it recently, but so has Crystallis, so this can be a flex. And I also think Crystallis probably can play this Queen of Pain as well, so that is very flexible for him as well. So very much so an interesting core dynamic, but the supports, the Crystal Maiden, I mean, I get it, it's good at locking down Ember, but it's also very squishy against the heroes you see, so I'm a little worried about that. It is high tempo. I'm curious on why Whitemon thought this was the game to bring it out. And then, of course, we're going to go back for the Bristleback.
Because why not?
Yeah, it worked out really well for them in group stage.
I mean, they're up 1 game, so time to bring it out.
There's no lower brackets.
I mean, Amar's
there's always a game 3.
Amar was the one that's saying his replays on Bristol are specifically worth $2,000, far more than any other hero that he plays. Now that pub replays are no longer publicly accessible. But the stocks have definitely gone down in the last 3 months or so. And Amar, he's invested in the long term here to prove that his replays are still worth something. But all jokes aside, Batrider as a 4 really loves to basically play this dodge game and look to go stack Ancients as often as possible. And Bristleback's probably one of the only viable offlaners left in the pool. I'd say it's usually Axe. Is there any other offlaner, maybe Sand King, that's off meta? Like, there's not much else that can take Ancients. So the one saving grace I have of the Bristleback is that he should have ridiculously early timings, because I'm going to keep an eye out for the crit bats stacking those triangle camps.
I do want to inform everyone why we are making a little bit of a joke out of this Bristle. In previous tournaments, Amar's done so well with it. It's been to the point where people have to first phase ban it out against Falcons. This tournament, though, they only have one win with it. They've played it in 3 games. The one win they got against it was was against VP. So it is a little bit of a hit and miss right now. It is to do with the supporting cast as well. But Fear is going to tell me I'm wrong.
No, you're right.
Okay.
That was their win, but that was the start of their 7-game win streak. Was off with that Bristleback. So, and they didn't have any of those other, heroes like Primal and Timber. They won with the Bristleback. They want this hero very badly to be part of their toolkit. I'm curious if they're willing to flex it, though. I think one of the downsides of this Bristleback for them specifically is Amar's I'm playing this no matter what every single game. I feel like Skeeter's going to have to know how to play this, maybe Malrine too, for this to be a real threat for Falcons in the long run.
Yeah, I love the bans from Tundra, removing some of these stunners that can be paired up nicely with Mirana. In the lane, these are kind of Skeeter's classics as well. And I also like Sven as a response to Doom in a lot of these situations where you're getting that first jump. You're not going to be seeing Doom getting the initiation onto Sven, and so he gets that jump, and then because he can 3-shot your supports pretty much. Great against Queen of Pain as well. You do have that massive physical damage coming out. Line as much, I'd say that this is a bit of a slower lineup coming out from them, where Bristleback from the offlane, not many teams do play this. You still need a little bit more time to get to your item timings. Mirana, she doesn't bring you much, so she needs to play with the Ember Spirit, and want to see what kind of a hero Skeeter will be playing, because 2 of the ones that did get banned out could synergize nicely.
The Tiny is exactly what they picked last time they had Batrider Bristle in that game that Fear was talking about against VP. Is the Tiny is like an active carry that kind of supplements the lack of disable that your Bristleback has. And I don't think Tiny's a very good meta hero right now, but what it does offer is that mid-game that you're lacking. We're skeptical of the Falcons draft in game 1 because he was much more of a hard carry, right? But in this game, we're expecting Ember to kind of pop off by having very little lockdown for him, at least until Doom Blink Dagger or Harpoon comes out. But on the side of Tiny, you're going to be that playmaker that Falcons needs, and Skeeter, I think, is going to feel much more comfortable in this role.
Yeah, I'm very curious on how they're going to lane this too, because I would consider Quap going carry in this game, just because you're versus a Bristle and Batrider. Seems like a free lane. I'm not sure what else you'd pick there, because you could potentially punish this mid lane if you really want to. It is Ember mid. There's lots of heroes that can really punish it. Quap sure is, then it could be really good, but the Undying will come out, which, where is this going?
Off lane almost certainly against Tiny, right?
I mean, against Tiny,
yeah, I mean, you have Crystal Maiden plus Tusk, which means that your Undying mostly is going to be the off lane.
Looks like it'd be a cool carry too against Bristleback, shut him down, but no, okay, so they're gonna most likely do that, but they're kind of waiting to pick here. I don't know why they would, though. All right, very cool. I mean, Undying's a hero that we oftentimes see first phase banned for most teams, and they are going to get a last pick against a strength hero, so that could be create a big issue. And if you look at heroes like Bristleback too, they don't really like running into heroes like Undying, so this is actually a really cool pick. I like it a lot.
Yeah, looks really good on paper. I'm still gonna say I like Tundra's draft in game number 1 way more. I still like it way more even in the second game. I think this type of a draft is much easier to execute. Offlane, as Fear mentioned, it's not going to be easy for them, and it's also BZM Quap. I think if he doesn't get rotated on, he has a relatively easy game Like you're playing into Tiny. Like this hero, like the reason why we're not seeing it is it can be like relatively active depending how good of a lane you have. I don't think many teams would like to play it. Maybe Team Liquid will play it on side of Falcons where they get ran over these heroes relatively easy.
I'm going to be the NA sales pitch here for, we got Owie as the coach for Team Falcons.
Someone had to do it.
Yeah, we're from the NA region. We know how to farm it up. This is an Undying who's against a Mirana, an Ember, a Batrider. These are super mobile heroes. What's going to stop them from Moonlight Shadowing and walking away? Why don't they just never fight them, play the Falcons' efficiency playstyle? I think Tundra has real no way to force fights this game. You have Tombstone, you have Doom. Just walk away, people. TP out. This is going to be a BKB TP game other than the Tusk. And I just want to say that I think Falcons is going to play the map, outfarm them, never fight them, and outscale them.
So you think that one game win, Brian, and the draft here.
Own ski, but if they can manage to survive, not do what Migay did yesterday, where he's like 0-3 at minute 5, then I'm thinking Falcons is going to do just that.
All right, well, we got one Falcons fanboy over here. We got two Tundra fanboys.
I'm neutral for the record.
Oh, okay, sorry. Lacoste is the Tundra fanboy, a neutral fanboy over there. We got a very Tundra heavy fanboy on stage with Nomad. It's the coach Moon Meander.
Thank you, yeah. I mean, it's an interesting situation about this draft. What's your thoughts on the whole Monkey King from last game?
Just 3-2-2, guys. Nothing else. Let's talk.
All right, and what are your opinions on this game and the series in general?
Okay. Tundra, we are getting outnumbered in this arena, but I know at home you guys outnumber them in the Twitch chat. Let's fucking go, Tundra! I want to see that chat fucking spam!
Thank you very much, Moonmeander. Let's get into the game.
Oh, I certainly know there is a lot of people who are cheering for Tundra against this home crowd of Falcons, that's for sure. And I'm sure they'll let themselves know in the chat. Avery, another matchup, game 2. Moon Meander said, hey, that game 1, 3-2-2, no big deal. Let's just focus on game 2. Do they have a better chance? They have the same chance, perhaps, when it comes to this game 2 in this draft, closing out the game?
I think it's looking a lot better for them. They have way more scale. They have a bunch of cores that can all scale against a Falcons tri-core, which looks a little weaker to me and a little more susceptible to some of the counter picks Tundra proposed here. And the biggest factor is everybody forgot. They were talking about the NA coach for Falcons.
Yeah.
Moon is the original NA coach.
Yeah, you really don't get more OG than him if you're going to count Honda's.
I mean, he's like 2 NA people in 1.
Yeah.
When you consider how toxic he was on the servers for so many years. And
Yeah.
he originally played Han, as you said. I mean, that's a lot of toxicity to overcome, but he's done it. He's here. He's going to throw some out on the main stage. He's going to hype up the boys. I would like to see a game 3. I think Tundra have the tools to get there this time around, and I think there's some difficulties for Falcons to overcome here that they didn't have to deal with in that game 1. Particularly a hero that abuses their constant melee tri-core in Undying, and you could argue the Doom and Quap are also pretty good at that. Like, these are heroes that are really good at dealing with these fat frontliners that want to be able to sit there and, oh, you can't do anything to me, I'm a Mars, you're irrelevant, you're dealing no damage. Okay, I'm decaying you. I'm putting the poison strikes on you. I'm hitting you with Infernal Blade and dooming you. These are not spells you can easily ignore just sitting on that front line and trying to take the long fight.
Are you sure? BSJ sounded like the Falcons could just ignore it all they wanted. Moonlight Shadow, walk away. That's what he said. And he said scale up. He said that they would outscale Tundra. It seems like you have an opposing opinion here.
I disagree. I think Falcons gets outscaled in this game.
30 seconds to
Pretty significantly. I think the Queen of Pain is an absolute menace in this late game. Maybe the Tiny's an X factor here with some Moonlight Shadow. Like, you have Batrider Lasso. I do think Falcons have a strong advantage when it comes to initiating fights and dislocating fights. I think Brian is absolutely correct on that point. So if they can kite engagements out, force engagements under their vision, start with strong initiations out of the Batrider with Moonlight Shadow to back up the movement, that aspect of their lineup is really strong. And you do have some free mobility here on this Ember, at least a little bit in that mid game. Though be wary of the Frostbite out from the Crystal Maiden. You never know when it'll sting.
I'm surprised you're backing Tundra as much as you are, considering the fact they have one of your most hated heroes.
It pains me to do. I do not like backing Crystal Maiden teams. That's how you know I see some promise here in this line. If you can win while having Crystal Maiden on your team, that's extra training right there.
Really good body blocking from Amar. Managed to get this one creep super isolated, so it is going to be creep equilibrium to Falcons' favor in the offlane. Our mid matchup, the Quap and Ember Spirit is going to be going at it. And then I guess that leaves Skeeter's Tiny plus the Snaking Mirana. You always claim that Snaking is one of the best Miranas in the world, if not the best. But we haven't really seen much of this hero, period.
He's the only one who busted out. This hero has not been in the meta at all. You knew it was going to make an appearance at least once, so the hero's just too fun to play. He'll leap, get the D ward. Nice little play from Snaking bottom, freeze up the camp.
Oh, Malrine has to use his Fairy Fire already. BZM.
He's getting abused.
He's putting the pressure on.
And again,
and he blinks on him. He goes for it, hits him with the dagger. He's done for. BZM will collect first blood against Falcons.
Another strong start here for Tundra. They will claim first blood second game in a row. They're eyeing up another triple lane win. This could be a game Falcons need to get some stacks going, particularly for this offlane Bat Rider Bristle.
Oh, Whitemon. Pretty far out here. Will not die for it, though.
Costly TP, mana usage-wise and everything for this hero.
Yeah, I mean, if he dies the next, 30, 40 seconds, they might get really punished.
This is a hero generally you want to have full resources so you can continue to spam and get heroes low and then go for the all-in play at the level 2. Otherwise, you're playing for attrition over the long run. If I'm Tundra, I want to win this laning phase. I want to get deep wards, scout out these stacks that you know are coming for Falcons, and contest those. Because I think you have heroes that can do it. You have heroes that can translate this laning phase into more aggressive gameplay, particularly 33 on the Undying, a hero that can play really fast. You can get in these jungle areas with Tombstone pretty early. It's not unheard of.
Oh, nice avalanche. Extra bit of damage. Still going to be tough taking the fight into an offlane Undying, always.
Just such a good last pick. I mean, Undying against triple melee core. Really tough to team fight this guy.
Yeah, they do have some decently mobile heroes. Between Ember, Mirana. I feel like Mirana is probably one of the better heroes to hit Tombstone as well.
Good at killing Tombstone, good at kiting it out. You also have the Bat Rider who's good at kiting out this Undying and letting you just start on him and all in him. So I agree the tools are there. I just think the execution it's tough, man. Like, you're playing against one of the best teams in the world. They're going to be aware of these things. They're going to look for the counterplay. If you drop that Tombstone first, all of a sudden you get a big vision advantage. You get the zone control. And there's always that ceaseless dirge. Like, that's a big issue with this hero. You can all in him with the Bat Rider lasso. Okay, he just comes back.
Gigantic wave pushing into Tundra right now. What is this?
Having trouble pushing it back with the only single point decay here.
Yeah. But he's not really going to get punished for it. Outside of maybe Skeeter getting a pull somewhere, but both camps are still blocked, so that's not even available. How's the mid lane matchup going? 16-4, 13-0. So despite the early death, it looks like Malrine's still doing okay in CS.
It's hanging on. It's getting a little tough here now. Level 5, yeah, instant blink, and that's a level 3 dagger if you can land it.
Yeah, he's already used the slight, so no disjoint here.
This is rough. I mean, you're kind of just stuck in the river.
At least he managed to pick up the water rune, and that might be really important. It might be the only way he lives here, especially if Zoxic gets him in the block, and they go for the teleport away, but the snowball, it stops him. He's stuck, and best they can hope for is Crit gets the deny. He got it. Crit takes the kill away from Tundra.
I'm surprised he got that. This is a Bat Rider with 45 base damage.
Yeah.
It's pretty much the worst support for trying to get that deny. He lines it up perfectly. Downside is you still have to walk out of bases this Ember, level 4. Pretty brutal for Malrine. It's going to have to try and just give mid to the Bat and hope you get the XP somewhere else.
Yeah.
Not a good outcome for him, even with the deny.
Certainly not.
This laning phase is getting scary for Falcons. This is where it's going to start to amp up these 3 through 5 levels, where these strong spells are going to start to punish you. It's just a Tombstone drop. Force heroes off the tower. Skeeter doesn't have the mana unless you want to pop the full wand here.
He's got another leap. He'll get out of the snowball range. Will be okay, but the fact that they're pushed off of this creep wave into tower.
You're just losing so much CS here. Look at that CS chart. It is adding up. better make sure you get your Wisdom Shrine in this game. You are going to need the experience to get the levels to come back.
Chrysalis trying to help out Whitemon here. Whitemon is going to be bursted down. Too many Quill Spray stacks, and now the goo is stacking up on Chrysalis. Chrysalis does turn around with a lot of damage, taking a few steps out of 33's book with the Doom. He takes the early Chain Lightning when he found a Harpy and will help him get the kill on Amar. The turnaround from Soxa is there.
Almost got another Quill stack off, but that Chain Lightning absolutely did some work up here.
It does mean the supports will be out of position to help, or at least one of them will be out of position to help BZM
man.
for the power room, but Whitemon's now going to be joining in. Sonic Wave, he's done. Oh, this is just brutal, man.
He has been taken out of this game. This is an Ember who, in theory, might have been able to abuse some of these supports.
Oh, Crit, what do you do here? He doesn't want to give the Arcane Rune to the Quap, but if he goes and kills it, it means he's killed. He gives up his life to try and slow down BZM, but all it does is speed up Tundra.
This is turning into a feeding frenzy right now. This Queen of Pain is out of control. And how do you help Maureen? That's the big question. You can't send heroes mid and turn these plays around against the Queen of Pain because you don't have the early lockdown against him to get that all-in kill. It's just going to be jungling for the Ember. Try and make plays elsewhere.
Well, I know you hate Crystal Maiden because she's so slow. You put some goo on her, and my goodness. 100 movement speed still, though. Thanks to both Soxa and Chrysalis, Whitemon will survive. It looks like they were trying to get aggressive, perhaps for the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine, but adequately defended by Falcons.
I'll also say part of the reason I favor Tundra here draft-wise is I think there's a lot of overlap between the Ember, the Bristle, and the Bat in terms of dispels. Kill them in the fights.